Welcome in. Oh, I turned my mic down. Welcome in to Open Gym and Texas Sports Unfiltered here on a Monday afternoon. Myself, Petter Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. Hanging out with you 2 to 4 today, switching things up, being some team players. Chip and Zay will be on at 4 p.m. today. Chip was handling his business down at Texas, so we decided to do a little flip on a Monday afternoon. Hope you enjoy the show today. Hope you're joining us in the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. If you want to join the chat there, you're the third member of Open Gym. Remember, you can join the conversation there. And if you're on YouTube, give us a like and a subscribe. And how about over on the text line as well, the coded text line, 512-222-9328. Welcome in on a Monday. It is game week, Matt. We finally made it. We have finally made it in. And the elephant in the room, Matt's decided he's going to grow a season beard. He's not going to ever shave again until Texas loses, so he'll just have a long beard by the end of the season.
Yeah, I'm not shaving until Texas wins a national championship, so I might look like Santa Claus by the time we get there, but that's the plan.
There you go. I love it. I love it, yes. We get into it today. Did you have a good weekend, Matt?
Yeah, it was great. Girlfriend's birthday, so I went up to Dallas, hung out with her for a little while, went to dinner, did some fun stuff, and shaved off my calling card, my beard that I've had for the last 5 years. I've been clean shaven twice in the last 15 years, Patrick, and this weekend became one of those weekends, and I hate it, but we're gonna power through it, and we're gonna grow it back out. But it was a good weekend. How was yours?
It was good. I'm with you, though. It is more difficult now that we do everything on cameras. In the radio days, it was much easier to have a look that you were not thrilled with and be like, I'll get made fun of on air, but no one can see it. And at worst, a picture gets taken and put out. But that was rare. Now you're like, I have to be on camera immediately and for a long time. So it is less fun to do now.
Well,
good.
I really hope my parents tune into the show because they haven't seen me without a beard in way longer than 5 years, I think. So hopefully they're going to tune in. They're going to catch it because you're never going to see it again, Mom and Dad. I promise.
I think the last time I was clean shaven was a similar thing. Was that I had shaved to a mustache for a sketch, like a sketch I was doing for my buddy's TV show. And so I'd done that, and it was being a puppeteer or something like that. It was a comedy sketch. And so we were doing that. And then I remember just going to dinner with just the mustache, and that was creepy enough that it was like, it was there. We had a bunch of kids with us because we were doing like a comedy. And so it just looked really bad. We're like, no, these are all like, we're all family. It's everybody's friends. I know I look like a creepy, weird guy with a mustache, but don't worry. And so that was gone the next day, and then just scroll it back out and you'll be good to go. But yeah. This is the best time to do it though, because we are getting into the season. So now you can tie it into, all right, now I can see the beard growth along with the football season.
Yeah. And depending on how the game goes Saturday, it might already be all the way down here. You never know, like just the stress of the situation. But yeah, it's going to be fun, watching it grow out as the season grows along, as this Texas football team grows. I know that's very very corny, but that's where we're at today. So.
On the show today, we're going to get into some Texas football talk. Sark spoke to the media today, the first pre-game press conference that he has given. So we'll get into that. I have some audio from that. Some of the players also spoke to me, including Arch. Most of the stuff I've gotten is from Arch. I feel like the other players were not talked to at all. Maybe one or two people went over and talked to them, but Arch was the main attraction again, shockingly. So we'll give you some of those quotes from Arch as well. As we wrap up the weekend. Our picks, we did not necessarily do great on our picks in week 0. It's kind of a warm-up week for us, so we'll get a little bit better with our picks, but we'll get into the wrap-up of college football in week 1 and preseason and all of that stuff. But yeah, we didn't do great, man.
Well, I'm going to be real honest with you, Patrick. I don't even remember who I picked outside of Stanford to cover. And I think I even switched that pick to Hawaii, now that I think about it. So I don't even know. I don't even remember who I picked. I think I picked Kansas State.
You did pick Kansas State.
We'll have to go back. We'll have to go back.
I'll look. I've written down, so I'll pull them out here in hour 2 of the show. We'll get to that. Hair the Dog. No, we are switching for Monday. We may continue to do this on Mondays throughout the year. We're going to figure out how it rolls for the rest of the the next couple of weeks as Chip figures out his schedule. But he wasn't sure he was going to be here at 2:00 to be able to do the show. And so said, well, we'll switch it up on a Monday, and then we'll figure out where we go from there. So we'll be 2 to 4 today, and then 4 to 6 will be Chip and Zay. But Chip wasn't sure he'd be back in time. So we're going to do that, but we want to get Chip and Zay on too, because Chip, I'm sure, went out and talked to everybody as well. And he will get you started. Preview for Ohio State on Saturday. I couldn't be more excited for a game. Reminder, if you want to come out and hang out with us, we will be at East Village ATX is where you can check out all the information about the watch party, about the new area up there, the new community up there. It's really cool. The stage, the park area, it's going to be really a ton of fun for y'all to come out there and check out this really cool new area up in Northeast Austin. Down east on Palmer Lane is where you're going to find it. You can find all the information on our socials as well, but they're getting some big screens out there. We're going to start out at 9 a.m. doing pregame. It is going to be a ton of fun. They're looking like they're putting a lot of stuff into it out there at East Village, so it is going to be a lot of fun if you want to come out. Spoke to some people this weekend who were like, where are you watching the game? What is going on for the game? It's such a big one. It's going to be a ton of fun. And Matt, knock on wood, I looked at the weather for Saturday this morning, and the high was 89.
Okay, that's good. That we'll knock on wood. We'll hope that there's decent weather for the guys like us out there. But I mean, man, we can't get Austin heat for an outdoor radio show. That would be miserable.
No, we'll be out there, and we're out there early. Pregame is 9 a.m. It does not that bad until we'll be, game starts at 11. It'll still be really nice outside, so come out and join us out there. And then make sure you click on the alert button here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, because it will let you know when the post-game starts. Immediately following the game, Zay and Rodney are going to be doing post-game, so if you want to sound off after the game, make sure you come on back to us here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Matt, not only big news today was Sark speaking to the media, but the other big news that came out is Texas will now have on-field endorsements. That has happened today. They announced their partnership with Human. It's a cardiovascular supplement company that apparently Texas has been using. It's formed here in Austin. They have now agreed to a sponsorship, so you will see the Human logo on the Texas field next season. This, I know, made a lot of people unhappy. This is not unique to Texas. Lots of other schools are either adding one or have already added one. But this is the new world of sponsorships being allowed. And I think, 2 seasons ago it was allowed or something like that. It's been 1 or 2 seasons since it's been allowed. And the overwhelming sentiment is, please do not touch any of our stuff. I agree more with the sentiment of just go to DKR, and there is ads everywhere all over there. So it's not that much worse. If we want to see what it appears it's going to look like, this is the artist rendering of what it will look like for Texas. So you can see the little Human logos there. So the SEC logos and then the Human logos on the opposite side. That is what it appears to be looking like. No, CB, they're on at 4 p.m. today. We switched it up, buddy. So we'll be switching up today. But then I think tomorrow going back to our normal times. But yes, they'll be on at 4 p.m. This is what the new logo is looking like. CDC spoke to the media today, announced this, said this was not about revenue sharing. This was not about they needed to have this done. This was just a thing they did that they thought was a good partnership. He also stated, and this is the big one, they will never put anything on the jerseys. That's what he says. Now, whether that's true or not is not, but he says no logos on the jerseys, but they are putting one in the field. Matt, what was your takeaway from the announcement today that they will put the Human logo on the field?
Well, I mean, I think it looks great. It's not like a, super audacious logo or something that's going to stand out a whole lot. It's just right on the other side from the SEC logo. It blends in with the paint, kind of the white lettering. I think it looks fine. It's not a big deal. Like you said, go into DKR. You're going to see ads for just about everything you could possibly imagine in the stadium. This one's just going to be on the field. I think it's fine. The most important thing to me is that they are not putting it on the jersey. Yeah. I do not want this to turn into the NBA where you got a stupid little logo on your shoulder, or God forbid soccer, where it's just like the entire front of your jersey is an advertisement.
I was going to be NASCAR.
Yeah, or NASCAR. That would be even worse, where it's just everywhere. I don't anticipate that happening. CDC wants to keep the classic natures of the jerseys, which I think is great. This looks perfectly fine.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any of the other logos from around the country. I haven't really paid that much attention to it, but this looks great. I think it's fine. And also, I think it's cool because, Sark has kind of a history of some cardiovascular stuff that's important to him. And it's a good partnership in that sense too. He has a lot of respect for the company and likes what they do. So I think that's great. A great little addition as well.
Well, and so we'll mention it because there are other logos on a lot of these. And shout out to CJ Vogel, CJ Vogel _OTF on X, who posted a bunch of these today of some of the other photos. So this is Arkansas's field. They have Tyson Chicken is over there. So you get your Tyson Chicken logo there. That's at
Walmart as well,
Arkansas.
apparently.
Walmart as well, yeah.
Walmart.
Walmart as well on the Razorbacks field. That's where they're getting some of that money from. We are going to also see, let's see, how about Auburn? There's Auburn with their field, the Pat Dye field, but it is Yellowwood that is here for Auburn on their field. We'll go down a little bit further on you, and a couple other ones we'll show you. Let's see if we find some other good ones that are on here. Kentucky's had theirs for a little bit already, so you can see there's Kroger Field. There's an in-game picture it can show you.
So I think this is kind of a good representation of what Texas is kind of going to look like because it's just the white lettering.
Yeah,
and that's really not audacious at all. I think that looks totally fine. Like the Auburn one with the big yellow block, I think looks terrible.
The Yellowwood one,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. No, that is not the best way to go upon that. And CB, I agree. It'd be cool to have the KD logo. I don't think they were going to spend the same amount of money that that Human is. These other things that seem to have tons and tons more money to drop on this. They seem to not care as much. How about this one? How about we get the South Carolina one that does not look great. This is another one here. Put it out there. The Blanchard Cat logo. Pretty bright yellow there.
Oh. Yeah, that one's terrible. I would hate that one.
Yeah, no, and the HEB would have been nice if they would have ponied up. I think all of us, the HEB one would have been the funniest because no one outside of Texas would have gotten it. I'd be like, who is HEB? Like, what is this? And then why are people so happy about it? People outside of Texas never have the same knowledge of why Texans love a grocery store as much as we love HEB. It's an interesting world. But yeah, you'll just talk to people and they'll be like, why on earth do you care that much about something like that? Yeah, so those are a few. There's a few more out there. So this is not anything new. In the SEC, there's plenty of other people getting sponsorships. This does feel, I think this falls more in line into once it became the norm in the SEC, CDC really didn't have a leg to stand on fighting back against it for the university to make the money and for Learfield and for all the people involved. You know, if you've ever dealt with salespeople in your life, you understand that there is going to be a line of salespeople walk in and go, we should sell 75 minutes out of every hour. And you go, there's 60 minutes in an hour. And they go, okay, we'll only take 60. And that's how negotiations normally go with salespeople when you're trying to not give away too much. Every radio station is a constant battle of how many minutes of radio can we do and how many minutes of radio can you sell. And that's a constant battle every time. So this just falls into that. And once the norm became 7-8 schools have it in the SEC, well, don't get left behind. And when someone's offering you a big deal, CDC said he wasn't going to say what the number was today, but it'll come out in due time because it's all public university. Like at a certain point, all that information will come out. But he would not say right then what the money is. At the end of the day, I don't think it's huge. I think it's going to piss off a lot of people because change always pisses off a bunch of people. We see that the Cracker Barrel logo pissed off a bunch of people. It just happens. That people don't like change for, whatever it is. I get it. Just keep it off the jerseys. The jersey one is really where it would bother me a lot more. Do I like it on the field? No, but I get it. And so I'm not going to be obstinate about it.
Yeah, I haven't even seen the new Cracker Barrel logo. But yeah, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. This is just standard procedure, like you said. I mean, everybody else in the SEC is doing it. Texas is going to be at a disadvantage at a certain point in some way, shape, or fashion if they don't do it. So, find a good partner, make sure it's not a crazy audacious logo. And, I mean, at the end of the day, that doesn't matter too much. We're playing 6 games on the field. You're not really going to notice it after game 1. Like you're going to walk out, sit in your seats game 1. You're going to be like, "Oh, that's cool. That's a new logo." And then the rest of as the game is happening, you're not even going to notice it. Nobody's going to pay attention to it. It's fine. It is what it is. It's not a big deal at all.
Yeah, I do not know if FIU Stadium is Pitbull Stadium.
I think it is.
So like the rapper Pitbull?
Yeah, I think it is. I'm going to Google this right now, but I'm pretty sure it is.
Like, do they have the logo on the field, or is just the stadium naming rights were bought by Pitbull?
No, it's Pitbull Stadium.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Pitbull Stadium.
That is crazy. That guy makes that much money. Yeah, but that's an interesting one. That was a big piece that came out early. Slipped that one out on game week, so we're kind of going to forget about it by Wednesday to try and move on from it. I always do wish that they would. I get you have to come out and really give the sell job of like, this is such a great thing. I always wish you could have just some reasonable part of it to understand fully that nobody wants this and just talk to it like kids and just be like, hey, mommy and daddy need to make some more money. So we're going to have to do some things that none of us want to do. So, and then we all go, okay, you got to do what you got to do. But when you're like, this is a great thing and we didn't need the money, like, well, then don't do it if you don't need the money. That seems crazy. Yeah. So, yeah, and no, I think you're right. I think you'll notice it when the plays are right around it. Other than that, you don't really notice it completely. And Rex, you're completely right too. Get a logo and don't charge more. And that would also be the deal. Hey, we've got this logo, so ticket prices aren't going up $40 next season. Everybody go, all right, put 4 logos on there. Don't charge me more. I don't care anymore. That's a solid point there, Rex. Yeah, I'm with you on that. But that's it. That's really where it comes down to. People were a little upset this morning. I think most people understand why we did it. I think that it's a decent, it's an Austin-based company as well. The name itself is somewhat funny to put on a field because if it doesn't say what it is, it's always these things like Cotton Holdings is the sponsor. And you're like, so this has to do with cotton? And they're like, no, nothing to do with cotton whatsoever. So we have a lot of sponsors that you have no idea what they do unless you look it up. And that's kind of the point of putting their name on things. So you do look it up and then you find out what they do.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I said, it's going to be one of those things where you notice it the first time you get to the stadium. And as soon as the game kicks off, you're not paying attention to anything on the field but where the ball is. So you're not gonna pay attention to it whatsoever. And for in my opinion, I think it's a good company. I think it's a cool deal. It's about cardiovascular health. It's not some just like multi-billion-dollar conglomerate company that's kind of shady like Walmart or whatever. Like nobody likes Walmart. I mean, people shop at Walmart. Walmart's a let's keep that kind of stuff out of it. Let's the good brands. Let's bring the good brands in. HEB would be a good one. I like HEB. I'm a big fan of HEB. I got one a few blocks away from me. I go there quite often. But yeah, this is a good company. And I like what they do, so I'm cool with this.
Yeah, and does it make the yellow first down line glitch out? I hope not. I think that technology's gotten better. I think we've gotten better in 2025. I think it's gotten better and doesn't glitch out as much. But we'll find out. We'll find out week 2. We'll find out as Texas comes back home. Let's get into a little bit of Sark audio, Matt. We saw Sark spoke today. Started off talking a little bit about Texas and Ohio State as we get into game week. This will kind of get you a little bit of prep today. Not a ton of questions. You could still tell we're rolling into it. Starting to get into it. Maybe, once we see a couple more guys play, the press will start asking a little bit more questions about the teams. But here's what Sark had to say in his opening statement about Ohio State.
As far as the ball game goes, pretty epic matchup when you think about, 1 versus 2 in at least one of the 2 major polls for the first game of the season is great for college football, in my opinion. As much as, I'm going to talk about the rankings don't matter, which I believe that. But I do think for college football, the fanfare, the excitement around this game, I think is great for our sport. And the fact that we have 3 top 10 matchups this weekend, I think is great for college football in general. But beyond the rankings, these are 2 really good teams. Ton of respect for Ohio State, ton of respect for Ryan Day and the job he's done. Obviously defending national champs. I think Coach Day is like 70-10 since he's taken over at Ohio State. And you think about the quality of players in this game. If you look at last year's game, 26 players got drafted off of the 2 teams in the NFL. You include free agents, 32 players that were playing in that game a year ago are now in the NFL. And the fact that both teams are coming back is 1 and 2 in the country, I think speaks volumes to the quality of programs that both of us have, quite frankly. And so, we've got 9 guys that started in that game a year ago. We had 30 players back that played in that game a year ago, so we do have some experience from that environment. But it should be a heck of a day. The fact that, this is going to be Lee Corso's swan song, and ESPN College Game Day is going to be there. Obviously, Fox with their big noon kickoff covering the game is going to be there. I think sets for a great environment and a great stage for this game.
There we go. There's Sark speaking this afternoon about the Ohio State game, starting to get ready for it, and it is. You're going to hear this a lot today. He compliments that staff and that team. This is not your normal kind of week 1 walk away easy game. This is one that I think Sark understands is the toughest challenge he's had yet of early preseason matchups. And, possibly, other than Georgia, probably one of the tougher matchups he's had. Alabama wasn't a week 1 game, so you had a little bit more time to prep before that one. But this is definitely harder than Michigan.
Yeah, this is going to be an incredible matchup. This might be the best season opener matchup that we have seen, and at least in recent history that I can remember. This is the most important, biggest, most highest caliber, season opening matchup that we have seen. The fact that there are 32 players that from last year's game that are now in the NFL is absolutely insane, and it kind of makes you realize that, as much as we want to look at last year's game and try and pick apart, like, okay, this is what they did in, these certain situations, with Ohio State running the football or defensively, and this is how Texas, whatever, you want to look at from last year's game. None of that really matters. These are just 2 really, really good football teams. They're very different football teams than they were a year ago, and it's going to be a heck of a game. Ohio State's going to have a first-year play caller in Brian Hartline, a new defensive coordinator with Matt Patricia. Yep. New starting quarterback who's never played a snap in the NFL, new running backs, four new starting offensive linemen, just like Texas, a bunch, new edge rushers, a whole bunch of influx of new players. And Texas is kind of the same thing in terms of player personnel. Obviously, they have the advantage in terms of, their staff continuity and those kinds of things. But Ryan Day's never lost a season opener. And that's something to consider. He's very good in week 1. He knows how to get his team ready. Sark's the same way. So, it should be a great game. And I just want to encourage everybody, if you really think you need to go back and watch that Cotton Bowl and try and figure out how this game's going to play out, you're wasting your time, because this is going to be a totally different game, and it's going to be completely irrelevant by the time we kick off on Saturday.
Yeah, no, exactly. The players going to the draft is somewhat of I think that's somewhat too of him going the line that we all have now, where the thing you keep hearing about why Texas is going to lose to Ohio State is they have an inexperienced quarterback and an inexperienced O-line. Mm-hmm. And that is also true for Ohio State. Yep. Ohio State has a little bit more experience on the O-line, but not a ton. And they have a quarterback who's never played. He's just never really done anything. So, and he's new to the system as well. Not a guy who's the 3rd year in the system. So that it's frustrating because I keep seeing that argument, and you're like, there's plenty of arguments to make for Ohio State winning this football game. Arch Manning and the offensive line isn't necessarily the biggest one because Ohio State has the exact same issues. So if you want to go any other matchups or anything else, it's like the Bomani Jones came out today, and I saw his take on, I don't know, is Arch going to be good? I don't know. And I'm like, that is Can we stop having that take too? Can we stop having the I don't know take? It's not a take. We get it. You can just go, yeah, we don't know about 75% of quarterbacks in college football this year. We don't really know, and we think we know about some other ones. But that's about it. But you spoke about go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's actually eerily similar. The things that both of these teams have had to turn over going from last year into this year. Both teams have a new starting quarterback. Both teams have largely new offensive lines. Both teams have incoming star tight ends in the transfer portal from this year. Ohio State has Max Clare. Texas has Jack Endries. Both teams have turnover on the defensive line. Texas's is on the interior. Ohio State's is on the edge. Both teams are returning All-American safeties, Michael Taft and Caleb Downs. It's really crazy how similar these teams are coming off of last year and the turnover that they had. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
So Sark was asked, though, what did he learn from last year's game? What were you able to learn from playing them? The last game you played was Ohio State. What did you learn from that game?
They're really good. Ryan's done a great job recruiting, and they're very well coached. They're not a gimmick team at all. And I say that loosely, like I don't mean to offend anybody, but the things that they do are sound. And so you have to beat them. And inevitably, when two really good teams meet each other, that's where you're trying to minimize those mistakes because good teams capitalize on those mistakes. And so we've got to be very detail-oriented, minimize the self-inflicted wounds, which I think we hurt ourselves with last year. Got to take care of the ball. I felt like the turnovers hurt us last year. And then to everyone's point, you got to score when you have opportunities to score against good teams.
So there it is we learned they're really good is kind of the biggest takeaway, I think, is what you see is they're a sound football team. And this is where Sark is getting Texas to become, and we're starting to feel more faith in that. But the reality of what he's saying is they train their players really well. They develop their players, and their players do what they need to do in the game. So as far as scheme and all this other stuff, it's probably not going to change a lot. I'll play that clip next where he talks about that kind of stuff. But the reality is you're talking about a team that, again, is going to tackle well. This is a team that's going to not necessarily get a lot of penalties. It's a team that's probably try and not turn the ball over. They'll do a lot of the things that you have really prided yourself on. They pride themselves on as well. And so you do have to be really, really careful because if you slip up, the same way you win against all these other teams, they'll win against you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not really sure where Sark was coach speaking there, Hair of the Dog. You have to point it out for me. I mean, I think that he's right on the money. Ohio State, Ryan Day has been running a fantastic program for 6 or 7 years there in Columbus, and he's been doing it, in a way that has helped them become one of the most successful programs in the country over that time period. They've been consistently very good across the board. They've competed for national championships, and it's because of the intentionality in which he approaches the game, minimizing mistakes, fundamental football, beating your opponent, and it's not about star power or gimmicks or anything like that. It's about we are just going to line up and beat you man to man. And that's what Sark is trying to develop in Austin. I think he's done that so far. And it really is just, it's going to be a game where the first team to make a mistake is going to be the one that's playing from behind for the rest of the game. These two teams are very even in terms of talent and all those different things. Texas has a couple of advantages in their favor. Ohio State has a couple of advantages in their favor, but for the most part, it's just going to be two very, very good football teams going head to head, and the best one's going to win.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, Hair of the Dog. I have a lot of clips from Sark. There were a lot of coach speak answers today. There always are. We try not to play all of them. That one to me was more the question of you can't learn a lot from last year because everyone's different. There's so much different personnel. There's so many different coaches. Both coordinators changed. So there is a lot of what can you really learn from watching last year? Not a ton, but you can learn about, okay, everything I thought that we could kind of trick them with and everything that we did to these other teams, they don't fall for and they don't go for it. And we're not able to do these little tricks that worked on everybody else. They don't work on them. So I can't just be a clever play caller and get past some of our weaknesses. And you saw that in the Georgia game and you saw that in the Ohio State game. You couldn't really get past it. And I think that first Georgia game was a real shock to Texas because they've not played that all season because the Michigan game wasn't the warm-up they thought it was going to be. They just boat raced them. So we got through that, and then they finally played Georgia, and they were not ready at all for that. The second time you played Georgia, you were way more ready for it. When you played Ohio State, you were ready for it. And they just came out at the end of the game. You were right in the air. You were in the right space. You made a bad play call, and the game's over. And so I think that's where he's like, I get it. My play calls matter a heck of a lot more now because I do have to be careful, but everybody on the field has to do their job. And if one guy is messing up, it's going to kill us because they're not going to have that one guy messing up most likely.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at last year's game, there were really 3 plays in total that made the difference in that football game and is the reason that Texas lost. Into the first half, Travion Henderson breaks the big screen pass 75 yards on a miscommunication from the defense. You have the 4th and goal play that didn't work out, and then you had the scoop and score. So if you take those plays out, and it's probably a totally different football game. You talk about a few other things here and there, but for the most part, you just kind of have to wash your hands with that game. You learn Ohio State's kind of tendencies offensively because Ryan Day is kind of the de facto mastermind of that offense. You can learn a couple things here and there, player tendencies and all that stuff. But for the most part, both coordinators for Ohio State are going to call the game probably completely differently than they did a year ago. So there's not really too much to glean from it, except that Ohio State's a really damn good football team and they're super talented.
Sark did speak about the new coaches, some of the new players, new coaches over at Ohio State, and preparing for a team that is, that does have, 2 different new coordinators and a bunch of new players on it. How do you prepare for those?
Well, the scheme portion of it is, what are you calling it? How are you designing it? What are you blocking it versus the personnel? The player is, how's that person going to make it more difficult or maybe less difficult for you, depending on the strengths and weaknesses of the player. My humble opinion is they're not going to change. Why would you change? They had the number 1 defense, in the conference. They had a great run in the playoffs. They had a really good offense last year. Coach Day's fingerprints are all over that. They kept the entire defensive staff outside of the defensive play caller. So, it's kind of like, they're going to evolve just like we evolve every year. But I think the premise of who they are in all 3 phases is going to remain really consistent.
So that's they're going to change up a little bit. The players will be a little bit different. The scheme will be a little bit different. They're going to do the same thing. there is a system at Ohio State. And when Chip Kelly came in, they still ran pretty much the same system. They've run like that defense was so good. Why would you change up that a lot? I know it's Matt Patricia, and I didn't cut a clip. There's a clip where Sark is really complimentary to Matt Patricia, much more so than I have been to Matt Patricia. Having a conversation today to a Lions fan who was like, yeah, at 0-16, I couldn't really watch football anymore. And you were like, yeah, well, that guy at 0-16, he's still around. So all of that being put together, you do realize like there is a system built there. And, Sark, again, Sark is built the same way. And that is, if we do lose Kyle Flood or we do lose PK or whatever else, we're going to try and keep a very similar style to what we want to do. We don't want to rock the boat. We want to keep things as calm as possible. And so the play calling may be done differently because the person calling the plays will be different, but a lot of the schematics and everything will most likely stay similar.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to get at just a second ago is, the situational things are going to be a little bit different. But for the most part, Ohio State's going to kind of come out and play the same type of game. Whatever that looks like is going to be up to Brian Hartline and Matt Patricia calling the individual plays. And, it could work to Texas's advantage in a sense if, maybe let's say Brian Hartline doesn't have the best, in-game chemistry with his new quarterback yet. You may see him call things that don't necessarily work out. And Matt Patricia, he may not know exactly what he's supposed to do in a certain situation the same way that Jim Knowles would have known last season. They're 2 completely different minds. So there will be little changes here and there. But for the most part, it's going to be the same meat and potatoes of the same kind of system that they're going to run. So I wouldn't expect too much change. But I really like. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get into this or not. But I really am, going to be focusing on the chemistry between Brian Hartline and Julian Sain and how that works out within that football game with a guy who's pretty new to the system in Julian Sain, who's never played in a football game before, who hasn't been in the system going on his third year like Arch has, in the way that they call plays together and the way that he relays the plays to him and all those different things. I know they've worked on it and can't, but that could be something that I think is kind of an underrated storyline going into this game. First-time play caller, first-time quarterback, how do they handle what might be the best defense in college football on the other side of the field? It's going to be something to watch.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. And that, yeah, I mean, you all got to remember, we're a couple years into headset communication now. And so that has really changed a lot of the stuff in the communication between the player and the coach that didn't used to be there. And so how's that going to work with Julian Sain? Is he going to be used to it? Or is he going to think this is how Kalen DeBoer was and how they were at Alabama? Or, if just a lot of different thoughts about how he's going to figure out with that offensive play calling and not trying to have any mistakes when you're on the biggest stage in college football in week one. Sark also was asked about what his emphasis is this week, as it is officially game week, and he's talked about, emphasizing different things, getting things ready at different points. Here's what Sark had to say about what his emphasis is starting this week.
Well, I think details. We obviously started preparation a week ago, and we kind of, incrementally got through that preparation. I think this week is about the details and the style of play that we think is unique to us. Naturally we want to remain enamored with what we do and not get caught up in the environment of, the crowd, the opponent, the kickoff time, whatever that is, and just focus on what we need to do so that we can be the best of our ability. And that starts with the details. The little things are going to matter in this game.
There's Sark talking about the emphasis this week, which is details. Again, this is when you have those new players, you don't get to be a first-year starter in a program like this. You don't get to have those little hiccups and everything else that you maybe get in a rebuilding program. Like you look, Bryce Underwood gets the call that he's going to be Michigan's quarterback this year. Bryce Underwood gets a little bit of slack. You go, okay, we weren't great last year. We were really, won a national championship, but we're kind of trying to build back to where we want to be. So if you mess up a little bit here and there, we're going to go, okay, you're the future of Michigan, but you're not right now. You don't get that. If you're, it doesn't matter. If you're starting on that offensive line, you shouldn't be messing up. You don't get that false start is nerves. No, we can't afford that. If you're Christian Clark and you didn't get a play last year, but you get in for a carry and, you take a run and you cut back the wrong way and lose 6 more yards. Not a fumble, not anything else. You just made a bad decision. It's like, no, get out of the game, man. You don't get to learn on the job during this. We're playing the number 2 team in the country. We're number 1. You got to go right away. And so those details of just listen to what we're telling you and go perform it on the field. That's really a huge takeaway of what they're trying to press down, that it's go time. It is now. We are now ready to go. You guys have to be completely focused.
Yeah, I find it a little bit hard to believe that he started preparation for Ohio State a week ago. I'll say that. But if you know who your week 1 is opponent and it's the number 2 football team in the country, I'm pretty sure you've been prepping a little bit at least throughout the entire offseason would be my guess. But yeah, focusing on the details, I think is going to be. I kind of mentioned this a couple minutes ago. I think this is going to be kind of where the game is decided is in the little details. Who's staying ahead of the chains, who's getting called for more penalties, who's turning the ball over. Those different kinds of things are all going to play major roles in this football game because we know all the talent on both sides of the ball. And it's going to be a situation where the first team that really makes the first mistake is going to be, the one that's at the disadvantage going forward from there. And you're going to have to get that momentum back and get ahead of it again. And it's going to be 2 teams that are extremely well coached, 2 teams that are extremely talented. So the little things, the pre-snap penalties are another one that I think Texas is probably really, really focused on, especially throughout the last couple of weeks of Brandon Baker, new starting right tackle. You can't come out on the first series and have a false start and then a couple plays later get a holding penalty and put us behind the chains because we can't afford to do that against this team.
No, I'm right there with you. Sark also talked about crowd noise, being pumped in at practice and using that a little bit.
They do well. I think one thing that crowd noise does is once you get over being overwhelmed by the noise, it forces the focus. It forces you to focus, and inevitably the way we operate, when you're really focused, it better serves us. And so sometimes I'm wondering if we should be pumping crowd noise at home too. I feel like we have more penalties on pre-snap stuff at home than we do on the road. And so, but there's a reason for that, I think, is we practice it and our guys feel comfortable with the crowd noise.
And so that is for Texas. They feel comfortable with the crowd noise. They've practiced with it. And there is something to be said about, a team like Texas who's been really good on the road to just feed off it as opposed to letting it get to you. And however they're coaching them and training them with the crowd noise and everything else, it seems to be working.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that Texas has won 11 straight true road games dating back to their last loss against Oklahoma State in 2022. I mean, they know how to prepare for this kind of thing. They know how to get their guys ready. And I think that that's a distinct advantage that they're going to have over a lot of football teams this year when they go on the road. And to kind of build on that, having your first game on the road at one of the toughest environments to play at in the entire country in week one is just going to help prepare you, for the rest of the season. When you go into the swamp, when you go to Texas A&M, when you have these other road games, this sort of environment and this sort of game and this early in the season is going to be huge for you going down the line. And they're going to have the guys ready. They have the routine that they do and all these different things that's going to get them prepared. And I'm pretty confident that they're going to show up and play pretty well.
Here's Sark speaking again about what their success on the road is. Matt just gave the stat: 11 straight true road wins in a row. They've been really good, and Sark spoke a little bit about how they're able to be that good.
I think we trust our process. We've got a real process that we believe in our starting this morning, and what our practice plans look like, and the crowd noise that we work with, and then to Friday's routine, to game day's routine, and to really toning out what's going on outside of us and focus on what's going on between the white lines. And to your point, we've been in some tough venues. Playing at Kyle Field last year was a tough venue. Playing at Michigan last season, defending national champs. Going to Alabama the year before that. So we've been in some tough venues. I think doing it with confidence, knowing that adversity will strike, and then having a next play mentality, having the mental toughness to persevere to get on the other side of some of that adversity, I think is really important as well. But mostly it's staying connected. It's staying connected on that sidelines, being enamored with what we need to do, and not get so caught up in what's going on around us.
So there's Sark. He goes, we have a system that works. We found it. We fine-tuned it. We've brought it together. I think this partly goes into that Culture Tuesdays, and okay, we feel comfortable on the road, that everyone's been able to kind of get used to each other. That does help you on the road, that if someone is feeling a little bit down, you got your people next to you, and there isn't necessarily those awkward moments as much because you do feel closer to all your teammates. I think all of that helps you out, but it does. Again, we've talked about a lot about Texas being ranked number one and having to learn to be a front runner as opposed to just being somebody who always needs that motivation of being overlooked or an underdog, and being a front runner. And that, he's coached with two of the best front runners in the history in Nick Saban and Pete Carroll. And Ohio State's a great front runner too. They've been ranked at the top of the polls over and over and over again. So at a certain point, you have to kind of drone all that out, just get down to football. And he's got his team ready to go on the road more times than not, and it gives you more confidence rolling into a game here in Columbus.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you can look to a couple of games last year and really kind of glean what they did in those games, really over the last 2 years, that have really put them in a good position to perform well on the road. You look at the Michigan game, the way that they approached that game, the Alabama game in 2023, Texas A&M last year. If you look specifically at Texas A&M, for example, that game did not go the way that Texas anticipated it going. There was a lot of things that went wrong early on in that football game. There was a lot of things that were kind of off script from what they wanted to do. But every time something happened that, again, normally against another team would kind of derail you a little bit or cause concern or or screw up your momentum, Texas would find a way to come back either on the other side of the football or on the next series and take care of business. So I think that they figured out what that feels like to be in a position like that on the road over the last couple of years, and that's only going to help them, on Saturday in Columbus. And it's an advantage that there are very few teams in college football that have, and I think Texas is one of them for sure.
Over on the chat, Rob, I have not seen an official depth chart. I also don't. Depth charts in college are always kind of shady anyway, because they'll basically put 5 names on there and go or. And so they won't tell you much. They try and shirk it as much as possible. I think Jay Knott's listed as the 3rd running back on Oklahoma's depth chart. I don't figure that to be true, but that's where he's listed right now. He's listed with an or as a 3rd running back, but that's so they're kind of the depth chart itself is fun, but we know most of it. I think the big one is going to be the star position, and that one we know is just going to be an or. It's going to be an or. So there'll be at least 2, maybe 3 names on the star position who will play, and it's going to be much more matchup based, situation based. They're going to rotate a ton. Defensive line as well is going to be a lot of ors in the interior defensive line.
Yeah, Rob, I mean, if you have a specific question about the depth chart that you'd like answered, I think Patrick and I can pretty much answer it for you. It's pretty established, I think, what it's going to look like. But there's going to be, especially when you look at the defensive side of the ball, there's going to be 15, 16, 17 guys that end up playing in any given game, at multiple guys at every position. And that's going to change depending on the matchup too. Like if you look specifically at the star position, I think depending on the personnel across the field from them, it's going to be either Jelani McDonald or Grayson Littleton or Michael Taft. It's just a matter of matchups. But this is a very deep football team, and a lot of guys are going to play. So those are largely things that earn a lot of traffic online and get fans excited to click on them. And then they're like, oh, this doesn't really tell me that much.
No, it doesn't. And that's why it's like the bigger one for me is what snap counts do we see after Saturday? Mm-hmm. On Sunday, when we're looking back at the game and we're looking at snap counts, and we're like, oh man, Grayson Littleton played 40% and Jelani McDonald played 30. Okay, there's something out of that. And how many snaps did Alex January play? Is he playing 20% or 40, 50? Like those ones are going to matter more because the depth chart itself is going to get, and I mean, week 1, 2, we're just going to see a lot of changes. And EV, trenches always matter. The thing in these huge matchups that are always really fun is if both trenches are really, really good and the offensive line can hold the defensive line well enough and on both sides, then it does come down to a lot more of your skill position players. And so I get you. If either team loses one of the trenches battles, that'll be the first domino to fall and that team losing. But I think there's a good enough chance that both these teams are going to have really good O&D lines that you're going to see it kind of even itself out. And then it's going to come down to a little bit more of what Archin and Sayin can do against those secondaries. And, big plays and turnovers coming out of those. Turnovers coming out of both those sides are going to be huge because both guys have some really, really talented players back there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the trenches are always a big deal. It's kind of the thing that Texas has been pushing towards since Steve Sarkisian got to Austin as well, having a SEC caliber trenches on both sides of the football. But and there's not a lot of Big Ten teams that have SEC level trench play.
Yeah,
but I'll be damned if Ohio State isn't one of them. They absolutely are. So it's going to be a big battle down there between the big boys, and it's going to be really cool and a lot of talented guys on both sides.
All right. And if you want to hear more coach speak, here's Sark when he was asked about the red zone. We know Texas fans, Texas media, Texas players, Texas coaches, people who have just randomly heard the word Texas in their life know Texas struggles in the red zone. Here's Sark kind of giving his snarky answer to if they've improved in the red zone.
You guys want a really cool stat? So 2 years ago, we were just over 50% touchdowns in the red area. Last year, we were 64% touchdowns in the red area. So we did make some improvements. We just need to continue to improve.
So there's Sark's answer. We got 14% better. We got 14% better, so we just need to get better. Now, granted, if they get 15, 14, 50% better now and are getting close to 80%, I'll take 80%.
Yeah,
I'll be happy with 80% touchdown rate in the red zone. It's just tough against some teams. The issue is really the red zone offense against Georgia, Ohio State, like those teams. Because if you go, well, we're 100% against Sam Houston and 0% against Georgia, then that does not mean your red zone problems are fixed.
Yeah. If you look at overall red zone percentage for Texas offensively, it's actually dropped from 2022 to 2023 and then from 2023 to 2024. But the touchdown percentage, I don't put a lot of stock in all of that stuff. I think that every year it's a different football team with different personnel. And I think Texas is better equipped. I've seen a couple of people in the chat talk about the toss left, I don't think that with CJ Baxter, a 6'1", 232-pound running back, from the 1 yard line, you're going to see anything even close to that. I think you're going to see a lot different of an attack there, especially when you consider that Arch has the legs that Quinn didn't have, and he's a bigger guy and all those different things. It's, every year is different. I'm sure that they've put a lot of stock into that this offseason, so I wouldn't put too much worry in it until it becomes an issue.
And speaking of it being a new team, Matt, Sark was asked about what the team's personality is this year. And what does he feel makes this, what does this team feel like? Here's what Sark had to say with the team personality this season.
Well, I think the personality of this team is a unique one. These guys are very fun. And I know that you're going to think, oh, that's a fun team. They're fun in a way that they do a lot of things with a lot of confidence. They do it with a real sense of vigor. They're hungry. They're tough. But yet they can have fun doing it along the way. And so I enjoy that because that's a little bit of my personality. I'm very intense in the moment. But I do like to have a good time. We work too hard not to enjoy what we get to do. And these guys give me that sense and that feeling. And so I do enjoy that.
There's Sark saying that the personality of this team is fun. This is a looser team. And I think that really goes to Arch a lot, that he seems to be a little bit more outgoing at practice and the one kind of trying to hype people up and talking. And then you throw Michael Taft talking out in the backfield and in the secondary. I think that is where we get a little bit more of this personality, is that maybe where Quinn Ewers is a bit more reserved at points and maybe more businesslike. Arch Manning understands. He wants to go out and play. We've got some quotes from Arch from today. We've got them from the past where he's like, it's just time to play football now. This is why you work so hard all off season. Everything is to get to the game, to play the game. And I feel like that is a little bit more of this team's personality because it's led by Arch Manning. And personally, I'm a fan of it. I know some people probably want it to be a little bit more businesslike, but I've always been a fan of enjoying the game, because if you enjoy the game, it does come a little bit easier to you. It's a little bit more natural to you if you enjoy the game than if everything has to be a real thought out decision in your brain in the time. You can just react. And because it's all second nature to you because you're enjoying it, as opposed to it being a math problem that you don't want to solve, then it becomes easier.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's something to be said for being able to play loose and play free and enjoy what you're doing and have fun. And I know that kind of sounds like coach speak to a certain extent, but I think it's really important when you get into games like this specifically, where you're not tight and you're not making mistakes because you're thinking too much and all those different things. I mean, you look back at Vince Young is a great example of this. It didn't really matter the situation that they were in as a football team, whether they were down by 25 points against Oklahoma State or going into the USC game. His mentality was the exact same, whether they were in those situations or whether they were playing against, they were up 70-3 against Colorado. He's there dancing on the sidelines, encourages his teammates, really keeping them, he's keeping them focused and keeping them confident. And that's the most important part, is keeping them confident and loose, because the second you get tight in a matchup like this, you start making mistakes or you start blowing coverages or whatever the case may be. So it's really important to have that mentality. And I think that it does start with Arch, but I think that bleeds over to the defensive side of the ball with Michael Taft and Anthony Hill and Colin Simmons. All these guys are very similar personality types where they're just out there confident, having fun, and making each other better. And I think it's going to be great.
Yep, and Joe, you're right. Vince Young definitely helped to keep the 2005 team loose. It is something that you can have. You can be more businesslike and everything else, but and this is again when we talk about the inexperience of both quarterbacks. The fact that Arch has been with there for 3 years now helps have the rapport with a lot of those players that the veterans, everyone knows him, so he can have his personality wear off really quickly on everybody. Now, that's not saying that other quarterbacks can't, but we know Arches has, is what we'll say with that. Sark did talk about a couple players as well. He was asked about Emmett Mosley and how he is coming along, dealing with a few injuries, a little bit slower than he wanted to start. But here's what Sark had to say about Emmett Mosley.
Yeah, he's been limited, which is, I think we all would want him to be able to have been going the whole time with us right now. He's a very good football player, a guy who had an immense amount of production in only 9 games at Stanford a year ago. And I think for him, the growth is going to be as the season continues to go. Like I always think back to Matt Golden last year, where going into the season, I don't think I maybe even fielded a question about him before the first couple games. But by the end of the year, he was the topic of discussion. And so his evolution as the season goes on, I think is going to be really important as he gets more and more comfortable with us.
There's Sark talking about Emmett Mosley, maybe dropping a little bit that he's not going to be as big of a factor early in the season. He just had a few struggles physically to be able to be on the field enough to get comfortable and get into Sark's circle of trust. So, but he is giving him, anyone you're comparing to Matt Golden for what he did for this team late last season, he still thinks very highly of him and hopes to have him later. But it does seem like Emmett Mosley probably not going to be the biggest impact early in the season.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that this pretty much is another way of saying that Parker Livingstone's going to be a starter on this football team on week 1, and he's going to play a pretty big role, and they're confident in him and what he can do. And they've got enough depth in that room and enough talent in that room where they can kind of play Emmett Mosley in certain spots and let him kind of, get on the mend and get healthy. And then by the time you get to maybe Florida or Oklahoma, he's fully integrated into the offense and those kinds of things. I'd love to have him in this football game, 100% healthy and ready to go and be a major contributor. But fortunately, you got enough depth and talent at the skill positions where they're going to be able to make up for it. So just look for Parker Livingstone to have a pretty big fingerprint on this football game. And I feel pretty good about my over-unders for him that we had on Friday.
Then we also get Sark asked a good question about Ryan Wingo. Was basically asked, he talked about Anthony Hill going from year 1 to year 2. And year 1 to year 2, Anthony Hill went from being a great player to really being a great linebacker and understanding more of the game. And when he really started to take those strides to be just a great, instead of just somebody who's super talented, add more pieces to it. So he was asked, how has Ryan Wingo progressed in that same way, where last season, super talented, super athletic, can do all these things. How much more is he learning how to be a real wide receiver now? Here's what Sark had to say on Ryan Wingo.
I just think it's development, Joe. It's more like these guys come in and we can't get them ready to do everything. And so you're just trying to put them in position to do some of the things that they do well. And Ryan was a great example of that a year ago. We ran reverses and shots down the field with him. But all the while we were trying to develop his game to be a more complete player. And I think that to his credit, like Anthony, the most important thing in Ryan Wingo's life is being a great football player. And he pours into it every single day. And the result is he's become a better player. And I think that now it's our job to try to put him in more positions to have some success.
Very complimentary there on Ryan Wingo, that he has been pouring into it, working his butt off, trying to get better. And then the last line is really the truth is, last season, we had other guys that were in front of him. And so, maybe he didn't get the opportunities. Now it's our job to make him a true number 1. And we've said it all offseason, Matt, you really want to see Ryan Wingo elevate himself to be a top 5-10 wide receiver in the country and take that place up there with a Jeremiah Smith, who we know is amazing, or Ryan Williams, or a Cam Coleman, who we just know is a really, really great player. You want his name to be said with those. And this season is going to be big for him to try and take that step with his fellow classmates.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, as much as we talk about Arch being the make or break, player on this offense, I think the make or break player for Arch is going to be Ryan Wingo. If Ryan Wingo really has taken a step forward with, everything we've heard out of camp so far is that he has, and if he can put that onto the football field and in the actual games, you're talking about a guy who's going to be a real game breaker, an elite player, and the true number one wide receiver that this offense desperately needs to function the way that it's supposed to function. And if he's playing at the top of his game and he's, the number one receiver we think he's going to be, Arch is going to just be that much more successful, and it's going to help open up the offense that much more. So I'm excited to see what he does. He's going to have a real tough matchup with the secondary. It doesn't matter which side of the field he lines up on, or if he lines up in the slot on a certain player, whatever the case. He's going to have two really good corners to go up against. He's going to have the best safety in America to go against, and another really damn good safety in Sonny Styles to go against. So it's going to be a challenge. So he's going to need to step up and play his best game for them to win on Saturday.
Another quick one for you here. Chip Brown, our man Chip, who if you're just tuning in, will be following us 4 to 6 today. Switched up on the spots today. Asked Sark about the backup O lineman as well and who has looked good, because that is one of the questions Sark was asked last week about the 2 deep and the depth chart is how do you feel about that backup offensive line position? Here's what Sark had to say about the guys he really appreciated and thought were playing very well heading out of camp.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Connor Stroh. I thought he's had a really nice training camp. Connor Robertson is another guy who's had a really good training camp. I think Jaden Chapman has really come on the last 2.5 weeks. So those 3 guys on top of those other 5, I feel very comfortable with.
So a few different names there for Sark as he talks about the backup lineman positions. So it feels like he's a little bit more confident that he has a couple guys if someone gets nicked up in a game, he has at least a couple guys he feels pretty confident getting put in.
Yeah, I mean, I think that those are probably the three linemen that if anybody goes down somewhere on the offensive line that you're going to see first. I think that if either of the guards, whether it's Ime Zulu or Devin Campbell, have to go out for a few plays, I think Connor Stroh is going to be the guy that you see pop up in that situation. I think that if Cole Hudson has an issue at center, you're going to see Connor Robertson. And I think if either of the tackles have to take a couple plays off, you're going to see Jaden Chapman. So it's, those are the 3 guys that you probably want to hear because they're the 3 most experienced backups that they have so far throughout camp. And it's good to hear that they've been having a good one. I really like Connor Stroh a lot. I think that he's going to be a starter on this football team once he gets his opportunity for a long time. But it's huge to have depth, especially along there in the interior, because it's such a violent game. And, as we saw with Kelvin Banks against Texas A&M, you don't even have to be in the vicinity of what's going on necessarily. You can still get rolled on. You can still, have a couple crazy things happen to you. And next thing you know, you're missing a game and somebody else has to step up. It's a very violent world there in the trenches. So the more depth you have, the better.
Agreed. A couple more clips for you before we move on and take our first break. Sark was asked about using last year's game as motivation. That's been kind of a thing talked about a lot. Is this a revenge game? Is this a revenge tour against you and Georgia? Are you trying to prove everybody wrong about that? Here's Sark's answer to using last year's game as a revenge game.
That was last year's team, different people, different personnel. You use it when you need it. I didn't major in it, but I used it when I needed it. When I felt like, man, we're getting a little complacent, training camp's getting a little mundane. I always have that in my back pocket, but it's a different team, different leaders. They've got a different team. Everybody's, it's very different. At the end of the day, that stung walking out of the Cotton Bowl, last year. But at the end of the day, this is a new challenge, new journey, new mission that we're on. And so that's kind of been our focus.
Sark saying, yeah, I mean, we've mentioned it maybe when we need to get perk up a little bit, but no, we're not doing this as revenge. It's a different team. And he's right. You can't say there's all these new players and all these guys went to the NFL and have graduated and moved on. But yeah, let's go get revenge on Julian Sand and the Ohio State Buckeyes. It loses something, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially when you consider that, the vast majority of players who made big plays in that game last year for Ohio State are all gone.
Yeah.
Will Howard at quarterback, both running backs, Jack Sawyer, JT Tuimoloau, Emeka Ibuka. Like these are all the guys that had the big plays in the game that really made the difference. So you're looking across the sideline, you're looking like, I've never seen this guy before. Like, who the hell is this guy? I don't have anything against him. So, and it's also, it's not good to dwell on the past. You got beat by Ohio State. That's fine. You have to have a new mentality coming into the season. And there's so many new players on this Texas team too, who had nothing to do with that football game that like, they're not going to go into this thinking of it in that kind of a situation either. They're just like, hey, this is a really damn good team, and we want to go out and win because we want to prove a point on our own that we deserve to be at the University of Texas. So you can only use that so much, and it's if you dwell on it too much, I think it's just going to end up infecting you in a negative light anyway. So I'm glad that they took that approach.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, again, is what we talk about, being a underdog or being a front runner. Which are you trying to be? Because you can't really be both. You got to pick one lane and stick into it. And a front runner doesn't look and go, oh, we need to get revenge for you. A front runner goes, I got one on us. We're still better. We were better then. We're better now. And you got one on us. Now, that's hard to do if you keep losing. But if you go pick up this win, then you're 1-1 against them. And you feel all right about it. And the new team's going to win. So I think it's much more about being a front runner. You can't necessarily sit there and look at your past failures and fully take everything out of it and say, this is all about avenging our loss. Go, no. We're trying to win a national championship. We're the number one team in the country. I'm not worried about it. And let's go play some football. Last clip I'll pay for you. Sark was asked about Julian Sayin. So we'll leave with talking about Julian Sayin. And there's something in here that kind of goes into it, but he kind of just throws it in there. But I think it's something that was on his mind throughout preparing for Ohio State. Here's Sark.
Julian's a really good player. He's a natural passer. He's got a quick release. He's a better athlete than you think. He can run. So we definitely need to be alert to that and ready for that. But, at the end of the day, this is going to be one of those, when you go into the ring with somebody, what's the plan? And then you get, as the rounds go on, you got to have to be able to adjust. And we'll have a plan. They'll have a plan. But I think we're going to have to be ready to adjust to maybe some of the new things.
So there at the end, we got to be ready to adjust. We have to be ready to adjust. So we're prepared. We know we can run. We know we can throw. He's a really good player. We need to be prepared. We lost to Georgia the second time because we weren't prepared for Gunnar Stockton to come in, and it threw us off, and we just didn't have a response to it. Ohio State gets one big play on us at halftime, and then the game's a little bit different from that point on. We just weren't prepared for one little thing, and it's like we have to be prepared for whatever is going to happen. We don't know what they're going to throw at us. They could throw out two quarterbacks at us. They could, decide to run a completely different defense. They could decide to do a lot of things that we're not aware of. But there was too many losses last year because we were too confident in a game plan and not fully prepared for every option and every inevitability or anything that could happen. And it feels like now he understands maybe Julian Sayin's great and we'll play the whole game against him. But there's a chance. There's a chance that we go out and play a great game against Julian Sayin. I mean, hell, against Michigan last year. What was the kid's name as a backup that came in and did more damage than Orgy did? Alex Orgy did. Who will get an Alex Orgy and costing us a pick. But but he came in and did more damage because they weren't necessarily they were expecting to play against one quarterback and played against the other. I think they're going to be a little bit more prepared for that this season as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that if you look at that Georgia game, you hit it right on the head. I mean, you play one of the best quarterbacks in the country as well as you could possibly play him through the first, 40 minutes of that game, and then he gets injured and you get beat because the other guy has legs that you weren't prepared for, and you miss a couple field goals. Thanks, Scholarship Bert. But you can't let that kind of thing happen against Ohio State, because you have to remember Julian Sayin is the starting quarterback. He will be the quarterback that takes the first snap of the game. He had to win a quarterback battle against a really talented guy in Lincoln Kienholz. And if he's struggling, they're not going to hesitate to throw Lincoln Kienholz out there if they need to. And he's a completely different kind of player. He's a very good athlete. He runs very well with his legs. He can completely change the dynamics of the game exactly the way that Gunnar Stockton did last season. So you have to be prepared for all eventualities and in every single situation. I think that they're confident in the way that they're going to be able to play Julian Sain because he is more of a pocket passer than a mobile guy. But you got to be prepared for every little thing they can throw at you. And if anybody can come up with a wrinkle, it's going to change a game offensively, it's Ryan Day. So you got to be prepared for everything.
Yeah, no, I was trying to see if I could find Miami's depth chart to see if Bert Auburn's a starter or not. Trying to see if he had made it. Yeah, he's projected to be the starter. So Scholarship Bert going to continue on over there in Miami. I wish him nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
God forbid they have a close game in the college football playoff.
I don't think they're going to be in the college football playoff. But I mean, they get Carson back. Who knows? Anything's possible. That guy's focused on football completely, I'm sure. Everything being said, it does lead us to Ohio State week. It's going to be a lot of fun getting ready for this game. And once you get out there, but yeah, it is. I think at the end of the day for Texas, you have to be ready for everything. Ohio State's going to be prepared the exact same way. They understand Arch has legs as well, and Arch has better legs than Julian Sain does, but you also don't know really how much they're going to plan to use them. And, you have to be more prepared for it. So if you do get a pass rush, is he going to be able to take off and get downfield? But I mean, I don't know how much they're going to be prepared for that. Are you putting a QB spy on Arch Manning? Or are you just like, well, he's got to beat us like 5 or 6 times for us to be ready. Now we have the package ready. I guarantee they have a QB spy package ready for us in week 1. I don't think they'll use it to start, and I don't think they're going to ever have to use it because I just don't think Arch is going to run that much, especially not week 1 of the season. It seems tough to try and put your guy out there for that long, but there will be plenty of adjustments being made. 2 really good coaches, 2 really good coaching staffs, 2 really good teams trying to put it together in week 1. Some Sark audio there for you as we continue on a Monday afternoon. We'll talk some Arch as well. He had some he spoke to the media today as well, so I got a few quotes from that. We'll get into a lot more stuff as we roll into hour 2. And of course, if you guys want to join the conversation, you can do so in the chat. We try and get to everybody. We appreciate you hanging out with us as we switch it up on a Monday edition. And we'll be doing Open Gym here till 4 p.m. And then Chip and Zay switch with us. We'll go talk to them and bring them in at 4 p.m. And they'll run till 6. But let's take our first break of the show, Matt, and come back and get into some of the weekend action. And I'll pull up our picks and see how we did. Not good. It wasn't good. Alex Orgy, man. Cost us again. We'll be back here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife, Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you got hip problems, if you got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to sendtexttickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. sendtexttickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's sendtexttickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym, here on Texas Sports Unfiltered on a Monday afternoon. You can tell it's game week because we're starting to get some more Buckeyes in the chat. Myself, Petter Davis here, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you are the third member of Open Gym. If you want to join the conversation, hop in on Facebook, Twitch, X, or over there on YouTube. Make sure to give us a like and a subscribe. And hit us up on that text line if you're listening on the app, 512-222-9328. We're in today, switching it up with Chip and Zay. We'll be until 4. They come on at 4 and take you home all the way to 6 p.m. with Chip and Zay. So good afternoon here on a game week. Matt, so excited for game week. We did get some week 0 action as well, though. We got some football this weekend. It was a very, very slow start, Matt. Very slow start for Iowa State and Kansas State, the Farmageddon happening in Dublin, Ireland. We mentioned a little bit on the show at the end of the show yet on Friday. We were like, oh, well, if the weather's bad, it could be a little bit slower. And Ireland didn't disappoint. Rainy and gloomy. It seemed to clear up a little bit in the second half, but that first half, the ball was popping out. We saw turnovers early. We could barely see the lines on the field. It was just all worn down because a week of rain. They actually had to come back out and try and put new paint on the field at halftime because the coach was like, we can't see where we're like what lines we're trying to get. All of that during it, and it comes out Iowa State gets a big 24-21 win in the game. What were some of your big takeaways here for the first game of the season?
I don't think that that Kansas State is a Big 12 title contender. I'll say that. I like Avery Johnson a lot. I don't think they have enough around him to be a successfully enough team in the Big 12 to compete for the conference title. Iowa State, I thought was a little bit better. I don't really have a whole lot of confidence in them either. I'll say that both teams played very sloppy, and there is the caveat to that the weather was terrible.
Yeah,
they were playing overseas, which kind of screws up your whole routine and all those different things. I mean, we see it in the NFL all the time with the overseas games that they're just not played the same way and to the same level. But for the most part, I just thought it was a hard fought game with some mistakes in there, and it was very Big 12 football. I'll put it that way. It was very Big 12 football. I thought it was interesting that Avery Johnson's dad got in a fight with Avery Johnson's brother after the game, like a fist fight, like trying to kill each other kind of a fight outside of the stadium. So that was interesting. But I was just happy to see football back. That's all I'll take away from it.
It was Kansas State did have something go wrong too. Dylan Edwards, who's supposed to be one of their top running backs, muffs a punt at the very beginning of the game and gets hurt. Just like the worst possible scenario to start your season happens for Dylan Edwards. He is out. I've not heard any injury update on him yet, but that is another reason when you're talking about a slog and you lose one of your starting running backs, that's going to be an issue for you. Iowa State, it seemed like Rocco Beck was there, but you could really tell the skill positions were down with Higgins and Noel both going to the NFL. It didn't feel like either one of these teams was really executing at a high level. That is Big 12 football. It does come down to it. At the end of the game, both teams looked like they were playing much, much better as they were getting along, but the first half was just difficult to watch. But Iowa State does get the win there, which I think Iowa State they're just a more well-coached team, I think, and more well-put-together team overall. If they could have completed some more of those passes, he goes 14 for 28 in the game, Rocco Beck. He looked pretty decent moving around and getting away from guys. He does have that one fumble in the game, but he looked okay. I think if you take away the rain, he's probably 20 for 28 because there was a lot of passes off hands in that game. So, he probably gets 6 or 7 more catches if he's able to not have it be so slippery. So I think they'll be a little bit better as the season goes on, but neither one of them necessarily struck fear in your heart as you watch this game.
No, and I feel bad for Dylan Edwards. I mean, you think about the Kansas State offense. Dylan Edwards was supposed to be a major, major part of that. He's an extremely explosive, game-breaking type player, and to not even be able to get a carry in that football game is it was backbreaking for them. I think it completely changed their game plan going forward, which played a major role in the result of that football game. But he also apparently was getting like hate messages after the game because he got hurt, which is something you never like to see. I mean, how is he in control of that? Like you feel for the kid. He really wanted to get out there, and then it's just an unfortunate accident. So people need to kind of get their head out of their ass in those kinds of situations. But hopefully he gets back on the field soon. I think that if Iowa State's really going to compete, for a Big 12 championship, they need to figure out a way to bring in the football as wide receivers. You could really tell the difference without Jalen Noel and the other guy that's with the Texans now, whose name is
Jaden Higgins.
Jaden Higgins. You could really tell the difference with them not on that team.
100%.
They got some guys that really have a lot to prove. But I wasn't pretty impressed with Rocco Beck, especially considering the weather conditions.
So we see that on our pick'em. I get that one right. Matt misses that with Kansas State, as Kansas State does not cover the 3 points. But we move on to UNLV.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
What did a 3.5 point spread?
Yeah, Kansas State was favored.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Iowa State.
It was 3. It was 3 on my list, but it was Kansas State was favored, so it does not matter. It could be 55. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. But then we got Idaho versus UNLV. We both got this one wrong. We thought UNLV was going to come out and play and steamroll them. Idaho State had an offense all of a sudden, and UNLV does not have any defense, apparently. That was not something that they worked on in the offseason. Alex Orji, first drive of the series, comes in, dives into the end zone, gets a ball poked out, and it's a fumble recovered. And I was like, they're not covering. That is the first one, because they moved right down the field, but it was like 7-0 or 3-0. Idaho State gets a field goal. UNLV comes marching down. You're like, oh yeah, we're gonna cover by a mile. And then the ball pops out. And you're like, oh, this is not how this is supposed to go. So they end up winning 38-31. Again, at UNLV, this did not look like Dan Mullen's team is going to be the representative going forward into the college football playoff. I think UNLV. Maybe Dan Mullen wasn't quite ready to do everything that they have been doing at UNLV. They'll be a decent team, but I don't think they may be wiped off my group of 5 list because you can't win against Idaho State by 7 points.
Yeah, I'm probably right there with you. I'd like to see him play one more game.
Yeah.
Before I do that, but I think that you're probably right. I expected them to come out and win by 30.
Well, and two, it's like if you're in a group of 5, not only do you have to be pretty much undefeated, you also have to have really big wins because you have to somehow get into the rankings. And so get that, you got to start winning games big. So maybe they turn it around and they figure out this defensive problem, but you can't. They let Idaho State score 31 on them.
Yeah, and I think that also one thing that you have to have is a player with star caliber potential, like an Ashton Genty or something like that.
Yeah.
And if you kind of look at the box score of that game, there wasn't really anybody that stood out in terms of, Alex Orji only threw 3 passes in that game. He wasn't even really the main quarterback that they used. Jaden Thomas had 147 yards and 3 touchdowns on the ground, which is great. But, I feel like the majority of that came on one play. So it is what it is.
They started both quarterbacks on the first play too, by the way. They were both in the game. And then they did Orji took the snap and then tossed it back. So yeah, it was just dumb. But that was the opening play was okay to start the season. We'll let you both be starters because I don't know. It felt a little convoluted. They thought they were going to run away with it. They didn't. Over at Fresno State at Kansas. Fresno State did not hang in this game at all. I thought they were going to play a little bit better than they did. Kansas showed up. Kansas looked pretty decent. Jalen Daniels looked as good as he looked in a while. 18 for 20 for 176 yards and 3 touchdowns, through the air. He also ran for 47 yards with 5.9 yards per carry. Jalen Daniels looked like Jalen Daniels of old as they continued on. I don't know if they have enough other pieces to make them a real competitor in there, but against the Fresno State team, their defense looked okay, and Jalen Daniels looked like the real deal.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we kind of expected that out of Jalen Daniels as long as he's healthy. You know, they have a lot of pieces to replace on that football team. As you mentioned before, when we were doing the breakdown, I think it was 19 starters, or what was it? They have 2 starters on offense and 3 on defense that came back or something like that. So 17 starters to replace. So to be able to win 31-7 against a FBS team with that kind of turnover is great. And I was happy for Jalen Daniels. He looked good.
Yeah, EJ Warner not quite as good. So we did not see the EJ Warner step up, but a decent game there.
Sam, what was our pick on that game?
We both had Fresno State. So we both missed that one.
Wow.
It was a 14.5-point spread. I thought they'd keep it closer. They did not keep it within 2 scores. Then we get Sam Houston at Western Kentucky. Western Kentucky walks away with this one, 41-24. We saw Maverick McIver, the good old Maverick McIver, going 33 of 51 for 401 yards in the game. So he had a good stat line. He had a pretty good stat line there for Maverick McIver, our friend. Hunter Watson was 19 for 30 for 209 in an interception. Hunter Watson is probably your big piece you're going to take out. They had some running backs for Sam Houston that could run the ball pretty well. If you're just scouting for Texas, they have a decent running game. Hunter Watson had 14 carries for 91 yards and a touchdown. That's 6.5 yards per carry. Alton McCaskill also 11 carries for 72 yards. Again, 6.5 yards per carry and a touchdown. So a couple running backs are there. The passing game wasn't overly impressive, but they could run the ball a little bit. Texas can stop the run. They'll be fine against Sam Houston. I don't think they're going to have too many problems with them, but just, put it out there.
Did we get that one right?
You got that one right. You had Western Kentucky. I had Sam Houston covering. They did not cover.
So I'm 1-3 at this point. That's not great.
We're both 1-3 at this point, but we came back and we got it because you listened to me on Hawaii, and Hawaii does get up the win. Hawaii was a 2.5-point favorite. They cover. They win by 3. So they just barely hit the cover. But yeah, this is a game. Micah Alejado didn't have necessarily the same game we thought he'd have. He was 27 of 39 for 210 yards and 2 touchdowns. The stats we were looking at his last season at the end of the season were insane.
Yeah,
but
that was crazy.
They were able to stay in this game. They're able to stay in the game. It just, you could tell Stanford is not quite where they need to be. And I know Frank Reich came after and was like, well, that's really a gut punch and everything else. Like, you were not favored. I don't know why you thought this was going to be an automatic win just because you're Stanford and they're Hawaii. But, I mean, they have a few decent players over there, and you guys lost a lot of guys. So, I mean, even if you look at, like, Stanford's rushing, it was they had a guy, Micah Ford, had 113 yards, but he was only 4.3 yards per carry. That's not going to get you done at a level against a good team like that. Their quarterback, Ben Gulberson, 15 of 30 for 109 yards. He averaged 3.6 yards per dropback. That's abysmal. So they're going to have to figure some things out for Stanford. I think they'll get better as the season goes on, but they're going to have to figure out some things. I did love the story, and I don't know if this is 100% true or not, or if it's just an internet thing, but I saw the piece that the kicker for Hawaii, who hit the game winner, whose name is Kansi Matsuzawa. I don't know how to pronounce that name. He's from Tokyo, where apparently at age 20, he was a waiter at Morton's Steakhouse. On a vacation to the U.S., he saw an NFL game, returned home, and taught himself to place kick via YouTube videos, and he just booted the game winner. So that's what I read. I will say I did not fact check that, so but I like this story, so I'm going to pretend that it's real. That he is, but yeah, Hawaii played well enough, got the win. Stanford's going to have a long season. Let's put it that way. That is what I got out of that one. We both did pick Hawaii, though. I talked you into Hawaii, and that was a good pick, or else you would have been 1-4. It would have been real bad.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you did that. That would have been a brutal way to start the season, but we're just a little under 500. Here's my proposal to you, Patrick.
Yes.
I think that we should pick games every single week.
Yes.
And at the end of the season, whoever wins, buys the other a beer or whatever.
Okay. But as we'll say, we'll do 5 again. We'll do 5, games a week because we don't want to pick 100. Yeah, but we'll do 5. Yeah. We'll pick the 5 closest games. If ones that are this, make a little bit more sense or bigger games, we'll pick those, and we'll do those every week. If you guys want to join in the fun, you can pick along with us and keep score by yourself, but do not cheat. We'll know if you're cheating, and by no, I mean I will basically claim that if you do any better than us.
I'm keeping our stats on a piece of paper for the rest of the season.
That's my notebook that I have.
Yeah, there you go. We're gonna have this thing locked down.
We'll have it locked down and get there. Joe, that's inappropriate. Scholarship Bert does not deserve this type of passive aggressive hate towards him. I don't want to see that. But there was your weekend games for NCAA. Over the weekend, we did see the end of NFL season as well, or the NFL preseason, sorry, as well. And so we have now seen the end of the Cowboys and Texans. The Texans are starting to look a little bit better. The offensive line, we've heard more and more. Ariante Ursery seems like he's getting a lot of praise right now for how he looks. So maybe they did finally got a offensive lineman pick correct. That would be nice because they have seemed to miss on a lot of them. But hopefully that offensive line is going to hold up a little bit better. So the Texans camp, and what a shocker, the news and the main piece coming out of a Cowboys game where they won handily and looked pretty decent, and Joe Milton looked as good as he's looked all offseason, is that Micah Parsons laid on the table for a little bit. That was a takeaway.
Yeah.
Big takeaway.
Yeah, I mean, look, I had some more takeaways from that game, but Micah Parsons is going to get all the hoopla until he signs his deal 5 minutes before the start of the game against the Eagles. So, I'm happy that the Texans are looking good. I'm happy for Ursery. I thought that was a great pick. If they can just have, I think you mentioned this a week or so ago. If the Texans can just have like a mid-tier offensive line, like somewhere between the 15th to 20th offensive line in the NFL, I think they're going to be in really good shape. And it looks like they're starting to kind of put the pieces together a little bit. It really helps that you got a rookie that you can count on. So hopefully that holds up for them.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be a good piece. What were your takeaways from the Dallas game? Did you have real takeaways other than Micah Parsons laid on the bench? I watched the game. I mean, that was the best game they've played.
Yeah.
So far.
Yeah, I mean, I was impressed with Jaden Blue. I thought that he looked very good, especially early. I'm kind of disappointed that he got that little injury that kept him, that kind of hobbled him a little bit. Hopefully that ends up being much ado about nothing. But, specifically on his touchdown, I thought that it was a great representation of the kind of player that he can be at the NFL. He doesn't necessarily have to be, strictly relegated to be a boutique player. I mean, he looked on that touchdown run. I know it's in the preseason and it's against largely backup players, but he hit the hole hard and he looked tough on that carry and he got in the end zone. So I thought that was great. Good sign for them. And then, Joe Milton looked pretty solid. I thought that he used his legs really well, which was something that, that Brian Schottenheimer was kind of impressing upon him throughout the preseason, was to use his legs a little bit more. And I think he had 4 carries for 33 yards. So he took that lesson to heart and he looked pretty good. I really would have liked to have seen Tyler Booker, though. Really would have liked to have seen Tyler Booker. I can't tell if they are so confident in Tyler Booker. They're just like, oh, no, he's great. We don't need to play him in the preseason. He's going to be dominant from snap 1 against the Eagles. Or if it's a situation where he's like, man, this guy's terrible. We can't let on that he's awful until we really have to, when the season starts. So it's that's something that's.
I would say it's much more of Jerry just being afraid of injuries. I think Jerry is just petrified of injuries, and so he is. I mean, we are now, by the way, in the deadline week for the Micah Parsons deal. It has officially come full round. Terry McLaurin got his deal today. I think it's 3 years, $96 million is as much as he could make in that deal. The guarantees will be below that, but they will put that. And then we start to look at the 53-man rosters. We haven't seen the Texans fully come out yet. We haven't seen the Cowboys fully come out yet. We did see a couple Texas players that did not make the roster. Silas Bolden did not make the 53-man for the Vikings. Josh Thompson did not make the 53-man for the Falcons as well. So a couple of those names are out there. It looks like for the Browns, it looks like they're going to keep 4 quarterbacks right now, is what it apparently looks like, as we see that the Browns are just cutting Tyler Huntley. Is the only name I see as a quarterback that has been cut so far. So they may take 4 quarterbacks into the regular season and try and figure out how that works throughout theirs. They have not signed Quinshon Judkins either, which I keep loving. Every time I see they haven't signed somebody, they're like, he may go back to college. I'm like, college starts this week, right? I don't think you can make that decision anymore. Like, he's not going to play for Ohio State. I can tell you, they're not going to put him on anybody good. Like, somebody not as good would take him because he's just a really good player. Well, but I don't think any major school's taking him back. And I don't know how you could possibly even come back after that.
Yeah, and by the time you went through all the legislation with the NCAA and all that stuff, the season would probably be over because they just kick the tires on those things for so long, and it takes forever to come to a decision. So that's not going to happen.
No,
they're going to eventually sign him, and it's going to be fine. It made a little bit more sense to me with Shamar Stewart, to a degree, but even then, I was like, "There's no way that's going to happen. There's way too much red tape you're going to have to cut through to get to that point." So it's. No. It's a dumb idea.
Joe asks, will the Cowboys risk putting Phil Mafah on waivers? That is the big question for the Cowboys is, do you keep Miles Sanders? Do you keep Phil Mafah? Do you put 4 guys on there? Where does Deuce Vaughn end up on this depth chart? I mean, in all reality, I think you keep Javonte Williams, Phil Mafah, and Jaden Blue. That's who I would keep right now. That's who looked the best to me. I know that for whatever reason, they could be like, Miles Sanders already getting banged up and stuff, so he can't play.
Miles Sanders won't be on this roster.
I just can't see it. I've never been able. I didn't think he was going to be on there the whole time. With the Texans, it's so funny as I see people saying nice things about him for the Texans, and then I saw the Browns reporter come out. It was like, Nick Chubb is the most washed player in the history of washed players, and I'm like, look, I don't think he's going to be that good, but also this feels like a little bit more hate coming out because he's not on the Browns anymore. But I mean, I'm not sure he's going to make the roster either, because we just don't know. He looked a little bit better, but he's not. He's definitely not the Nick Chubb we used to see. So that'll be interesting as that goes forward.
Did he even have a carry?
Not this week, I don't think.
Yeah.
But last week he looked all right.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably rather have Nick Chubb on the roster than Dameon Pierce at this point.
But that's the thing. Dameon Pierce, the thought is, well, was Dameon Pierce the problem, or was it that run system that they had brought in with, his name is escaping right now, the offensive coordinator they let go?
I can't think of it either.
But if you're saying, okay, well, now we're changing up the run game a little bit more, and he's going to be better at that because he was already 1,000-yard rusher in his rookie season. With that one, Dameon Pierce may be valuable to you if it was just the system and you're changing the system, that he's a better running back. So I think that he may have more value as a young guy in that sense. He just never really picked up that I can't believe I can't think of his name, but he never picked up that system. Rob says keeping Sanders just because of his name. Look, I get why you keep Shedeur. I'd trade Kenny Pickett. Like, you're not going to be good. I keep the younger guys. If Kenny Pickett's not good enough to be a starter yet, and he's like, if Kenny Pickett is not even in the conversation, like the conversation of who's going to start doesn't have anything to do with Kenny Pickett at this point, then I'm done with him. Because I just don't think he's going to, like, he's already had a few opportunities. So I'd keep Sanders and Gabriel, and I go, okay, see which one of you guys wants to show up. And then you guys don't cost me as much money, but I would try and trade Kenny Pickett. I don't know if I'd let him go. I'd try and trade him, which they may still try and do.
I would trade Kenny Pickett too. I think that if you either released or traded Shedeur Sanders, which they would probably trade him if they did end up getting rid of him, Mel Kiper might have a stroke. So you're, for the sake of Mel Kiper's health, you probably need to keep Shedeur Sanders on the Browns and selling tickets and jerseys and all that stuff. I don't think he's ever going to be a good NFL starter. But kind of to that point, did you see when ESPN was doing their mock draft, like Field Yates was doing his mock draft for 2026, and he had Arch Manning going to the Browns, and he asked Mel what he thought about it, and he just spoke for like 5 straight minutes on Shedeur Sanders.
I mean, look, Mel's all in, man. Mel's all in. We'll see how it goes. And I think Mel knows this. I think this is the real key to the genius of going all in on Shedeur, is he's probably never going to be a starter in the NFL. So you could be right. Because you're like, if they just gave him a shot, but he was subjugated and not allowed to, you know what I mean? So I think you can kind of play that card where he knows, where it's like, if you try and take that take with Kenny Pickett, you're like, well, Kenny Pickett's already started some. So now you seem like an idiot that this guy wasn't as good. You can't be like, Jackson Dart should have been a top pick, because you're like, well, Jackson Dart could be a bust or could be great, but you have to, he knew Shedeur Sanders, like, he's never gonna be the guy. So I can make this crazy take. But I agree, Rob, keeping 4 quarterbacks, but it's a Browns thing. I mean, Joe Flacco's going to get hurt week 2. Then Kenny Pickett's going to get hurt week 4. Then Dylan Gabriel's going to get hurt week 6. Then Shedeur is going to get hurt week 8. They're going to bring back Tyler Huntley. And then it's the Browns. It's what they do. They just cycle through quarterbacks at a nauseating pace. Is what they do. So,
and let's not forget, in 2026, it's going to be a competition between Joe Flacco, Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, Kenny Pickett, Tyler Huntley, and Deshaun Watson. They may keep 6 quarterbacks.
Oh, that's true. Deshaun Watson. Well, I mean, he's working out, so he's ready to come back. Speaking of coming back, we saw Trayvon Diggs. Good news. He is put on the PUP list, not the injured reserve. So, which means he will be coming back sooner rather than later, which, I mean, you cannot like Trayvon Diggs. You still want him to be out there as opposed to whatever's down on the bench. You want to have somebody else in there that can play at a higher level. At least he's going to get you some interceptions. He's going to get you some turnovers. But his progress seems to be at a pretty good pace. It turns out him doing his rehab somewhere else other than the Fresno Star didn't kill them. Didn't end up hurting him that much. I don't know why they thought the Star, you had to be at the Star, but that's apparently.
Yeah, imagine that working out and doing, treatment with the worst training staff in the NFL is going to help you, right?
Imagine. Why don't we hit these Arch quotes real quick before we get to our meathead of the day? We'll get back to these. I forgot I had these written down. But we did have a couple of quotes from Arch Manning. I like this one when he spoke to me today. Trey is the ultimate energizer of the offense. He brings good juice every day. He's a gamer. What he said about Trey Wisner. That is what you keep hearing about Trey Wisner. I think Sark had something to say about that as well today, that basically Trey Wisner is the juice on the offense, that guy is constantly going. He's constantly moving forward. He's constantly just pushing. He's like, no one is going to outwork Trey Wisner. No one is going to out energy him. No one's going to effort him. And that's kind of what they want out of this offense. And Arch kind of bringing in that conversation a little bit as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that I think we both fully expect to see from Trey. I mean, we saw it last year. My favorite quote from Sark all season last year was that he called Trey Wisner a Brillo pad. He's tough as a Brillo pad because he's not the biggest guy. He's not the thickest guy. He's not the strongest guy, but he's just tough as nails, and he's going to put every ounce of effort that he has into every single play. And I think that that's something that this entire offense is going to kind of gravitate toward. And it's really going to kind of set their standard. Like when you go out there and you watch a guy who's 5'11" and, or maybe 5'10" and 180 pounds or whatever he is, and he's running over linebackers and staying on his feet when he's getting blasted by safeties and all that stuff, it really energizes your football team. So that's great to hear.
He also talked about CJ Baxter, saying he thinks like a quarterback. He's such a smart guy. Talking about CJ Baxter. So a little piece that you maybe have not heard as much about CJ Baxter. We've heard about all his explosiveness and his ability to, get through and power forward and his size and his athleticism. But now he's a really smart guy too, which you need to have as a running back because you are trying to make split-second decisions of cuts and when do you run straight through and really just reading the offense. It's kind of that part of Ashton Jancy's game that you missed out on last season where you saw him doing the Mike Myers complete stand-up thing so he could see everything that was going to go make his plays. It sounds like CJ Baxter's got that great head on his shoulders as well.
Yeah, and it helps not just in being able to, make your decisions when you get the football in your hands, but also in pass protection. I think that this guy is going to be in the football game a lot because not just for his ability to run the ball, but because I think they believe in him as in the passing game as a pass protector and being able to step up and really, go body to body with a linebacker or a blitzing safety or something like that and always be in the right place at the right time. I mean, if you go back and watch the Iowa State game last year or 2 years ago when he was a true freshman, he was doing that kind of stuff. And now he's been in the system. This is his third year in the system. He knows all the ins and outs. He knows exactly where he's supposed to be. And it really doesn't surprise me at all because if you just watch this guy talk and listen to him in an interview or anything like that, he's a extremely bright kid. So that's kind of an X factor of his I don't think a lot of people talk about.
Oh, shout out to the text line. Bobby Slowick is the name I could not think of.
Yes,
shout
Bobby Slowick. I always confuse him with Shane Steichen for whatever reason.
Bobby Slowick. Thank you on the text line. I appreciate that. We also saw Arch. I love these. He was talking about having to play the game and kind of getting asked about being ready for it and the workouts. And these two quotes is, "I'm just ready to play. I don't look at any of the media. If I see something, I click not interested. I'm blocking out the noise." And then he goes, "I spent 2 years not playing. Might as well go out and have fun." Which I just love. That's the Arch Manning of them being like, "Why? How are you ready? And are you nervous about this? And what do you think?" And he's just like, "Guys, for 2 years, all I wanted to do was get in the game. I'm ready. Let's go have some fun."
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a mentality that you have to take, especially into a place like Columbus, and like not get overwhelmed with the stage or, the expectations that are on your back because you got Manning on your back of your jersey and all that different kind of stuff, all the noise you've heard really over the last 6 years since he was at Isidore Newman. You just block all that out and you go play football. And I think that he wants to have fun. He wants to be out there. And the fact that if he sees something about himself online, he's not interested. I love that because you don't
not interested.
Yeah, you don't want to be the quarterback. You don't want to have the quarterback on your team that's sitting there reading, Texas Longhorns on SI, breaking down the quarterback play for week 1. It's like, oh, they thought that I sucked. And then you don't want to do that. You just want to go play
watch.
football.
You don't want to get on scrolling through Instagram and the one clip is a guy going, "Arch Manning is going to be the greatest, not just quarterback, athlete, player of every sport of any time. Within 3 weeks, we'll all know that they should give him the NBA MVP as well. That's how good he's going to be at football this season." And then you scroll one past that and they're like, "Arch Manning shouldn't be allowed to wear pads. He's that bad at football." And no one knows. And you'll just scroll through those and you'll be like, "Oh, none of this matters." He also said that his offensive line has gotten better and better every week. You love to hear that their progress is being made. That is kind of the piece Sark talked about at the beginning of the year. You want to have your defense win early and then it even back out throughout. And it feels like that has happened more and more with this team.
Yeah, and this is why, after the first scrimmage, when we heard that the defense dominated and the offensive line made a bunch of mistakes and everybody was kind of freaking out about it, Patrick and I were both just like, no, like let's just it's a log camp. Let's let these guys, develop and get cohesive and all those things. It's going to be fine. They're all super talented guys. They just need to come together. It's a lot more of a team effort in terms of playing offensive line and having a productive offensive line than it is on the other side of the ball in the trenches. So, yeah, I mean, that's great to hear. They just continue to progress and get better, which gives you a little bit more confidence heading into week 1. But if that trend continues going into, week 6 and then week 8 and then week 14, when you're playing Texas A&M, like all those, you just keep slowly making progress. And by the time you get to the college football playoff, you're going to feel really good about your offensive line and their ability to protect Arch and move the football on the ground.
That's it. And then the only other piece I saw was Manning says he and the offensive play callers have a great back and forth in terms of game plan. We know that Sark has, intentionally included Arch in game planning every single week for his first 2 seasons and let him, be part of that. He's done that, and that's a big piece.
Yeah, I mean, this preparing your quarterback as if he should be the starter when he's his backup just makes him more prepared going into the season. And he knows his playbook as well as anybody else on this team knows the playbook, and he's going to be able to go out and run anything they ask him to run, and he's going to be very confident. And, I feel like the best quarterbacks in college football over the last, however long you want to go back. Maybe not Johnny Manziel because he was out drinking and doing cocaine and all that stuff at Texas A&M. But for the most part, the good quarterbacks are always involved in their head coach's game plan because they work together in tandem. So that's good to hear.
Yeah, exactly. We also saw Trey Wisner and Ethan Burke speak to the media. Did not get as much coverage of either one of those. But our man Chip Brown was out there today, so maybe he'll have some more tidbits when they come up here in the 4:00 hour. As I was not there, it makes it a little bit harder for me to get the tidbits if everybody was at Arch Manning. That was the Arch Manning was kind of that seemed to be the shockingly seemed to be the most sought after person at the availabilities after the press conference today. But it's game week, man. It's game week. We're getting down to the end of it. We're about to hand it off to Chip and Zay. Let's take our second break, Matt. Come back, get to our meathead of the day, and wrap things up here for us on a Monday as we get one day closer to football here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, everyone. This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been serving and assisting customers in the Texas area
I think I got this by now, old man. This is Camilla McKay, Audiovisual's social media and website manager. Our company has been helping you sit back and relax for the last 37 years. We come to you, and we're the kind of workers you want in your home. We give you all the advice at a great price, and we do a lot more than just audiovisual systems. We have employees capable of performing services like electrical contracting, heated floors, motorized shades. Am I forgetting anything, old man?
Yeah, we do surveillance systems, controlled lighting systems, and landscape lighting, computer networks, multi-room audio systems, and of course, we install some really cool theaters.
I had a feeling you were going to say that last one.
Now, am I forgetting anything?
Only this. Remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
So give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
That's 512-255-8678.
There we go. Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered here on a Monday afternoon. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And of course, you guys, the third member of Open Gym, wrapping things up on a Monday afternoon. Chip and Zay coming up here momentarily as we get into it. A quick reminder again for everybody about where we're going to be later this week. So if you want to come hang out with the crew, this is where you can do it. We will be out at East Village. We will be out there. It's going to be a really good time at East Village. It's East Village ATX if you want to search for it online. 3500 East Palmer Lane. So you just go down Palmer Lane to the east. You will see this is a big community out there that they have built up. It's really, really cool. And they have a big stage and this park area that we are going to be set up at doing the pregame. It is going to be tons of fun. They're going to bring out some big screens. There's a food truck coming out, some drinks. You can bring your own drinks, lawn chairs. Come sit out there and hang out with us. I've looked at the weather report. It looks like it's going to be really nice. So come out there and join us. All the information on our social media if you want to go check that out. And then set your your little alert there on the phone, because right after the game, you can join Zay and Rodney for the post game. If you want to sound off and get your voice heard, join the conversation after the Texas-Ohio State game. It'll be right after the game. You can join us here on the YouTube channel, everywhere else you hear Texas Sports Unfiltered, for a post-game show as well. Matt, let's get into it. Let's get into our meathead of the day. You mentioned this one earlier, so we have to show it. That Avery Johnson's family really just taking in the Fighting Irish. They kind of, I guess they wish he went to Notre Dame, because here is Avery Johnson's family. This is what they had to apologize for today.
His eyes all swollen up.
That is the fight between Avery Johnson's dad and his brother. I hate that the brother does the move that he's on the ground, the dad's on top of him, holding him down, and then the dad gets pulled off, and he's like, all right, now's my chance to strike. Come on, man. That is not how this works. He's trying to go back into it. That was his dad versus son. Did teach a lot of us that Avery Johnson has a black dad and black brother. Did not see that coming. That is true. That Avery Johnson is half black. Nope, did not know that at all. But yeah. But yeah, that was Avery Johnson and having the big fight after the game. They had to apologize. Who knows what it's over? I've not heard any rumors of what they were fighting over, but after a loss, the first headline I saw of it, I thought they fought other people, because that would make way more sense. Is Iowa State fans were out there, they were trash talking. You're mad because your son just lost a game, and you're like, this is BS. I don't want to hear this from this guy. And then that fight breaks out. That made sense to me. And then they were like, no, it was just the dad and the brother all out brawling in the rain too, where it's like falling into water, which that really sucks. That is not a fun place to fight on the ground. Everything about that just not good for Avery Johnson.
You know, Patrick, I'm 38 years old.
Yeah.
And I've had a lot of arguments with my dad over the last 38 years. I cannot remember a time that we ever even came close to coming to blows, especially after a football game. I mean, what could possibly happen at a football game that you attend with your father to watch your brother play that would drive you to fisticuffs? Like,
I mean, alcohol, but
like,
it has to be alcohol,
what
right?
argument are you going to get in? I don't understand.
I remember arguing with my dad at one point after a Spurs preseason loss that they needed to cut a player because he hogged the ball too much in the preseason game. My dad reasonably was like, yeah, it was the fourth quarter of a preseason game. It didn't matter. It does matter. The season matters and all the I was a kid. And so that's like probably as much of a yelling argument I've gotten into over something ridiculously dumb in retrospect. But like, I'm like, what are you mad about? Are you mad about the play calling? Are you mad that you're like one of the brothers maybe like, yeah, Avery sucked today, and the dad's like, don't say that about your brother? I mean,
that's a possibility. All I know is that if I ever got an argument with my dad, the second he raised his voice, I was like, all right, you win. I'm not dealing with that old man strength.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, and I mean, now I'm 40. My dad, I could take my dad now. I'm much bigger than him, and he's in his 70s. So I feel like I could do it now. I don't know, through a lot of life, it would have been a lot harder. At this point, though, I just outweigh him by so much that it would be hard for him to do.
Yeah. I mean, my dad is 78 years old. I'm 38 years old, and he still scares the shit out of me when he's angry.
Well, and by the way, I don't ever want to. Like, I love
No, me either. My dad's like my best friend. There's no way that I would ever even consider that. But he may be 78, but he's still a tough SOB.
Yeah, so I do not know about but that was definitely the piece that was I really thought when I first saw that headline they were fighting somebody else, and then the video came up, and to my amazement, not only were they fighting each other, they were black. So it really threw me for a loop that I did not believe any of those things were going to happen in that fight. But I was like, oh no, all right, all that happened. So that was where we ended up with with the fight after the game, and I was okay because Iowa State won, so I was pretty happy after the game. Roy, I'm not going to do any wrestling moves on my pops. Do not worry. I said again, I have no intention to ever fight my father. Just saying, I could take him if I wanted to. That's all I'm saying. I could take him if I wanted to. I always love that too. That was always a fight of like drunk fights when people would come at me, and it'd be like, even when I was smaller, but I was still strong enough, and I would just pick people up. That seemed to be the easiest way to defuse a situation really quick in a fight. Was if someone's coming at you, you just kind of grab them around the waist and pick them up and like hold them up upside down, and they'd be like, yeah, fight's over. Yeah, I don't want to be held upside down. You're like, yeah, no, you should have done it before you charged at me.
Yeah.
Like, a bigger guy.
That's certainly one way to do it. I don't know that I've ever actually been in a fight. I think the closest I ever came to getting in a fight was like when I was in college, my roommate got mad because I wouldn't stop talking about Chipotle because I missed Chipotle because they didn't have it in Oxford, Mississippi. That's about the closest I've ever come.
With that, why don't we bring in Chip and Zay to the show? Welcome in, guys. Little switcheroo today, bringing y'all in at 4 to 6. You got to do the late shift today. Either one of you guys ever started a giant fist fight outside of a football game with your parents, your dad?
No, that wow. Avery Johnson, nice to meet your father and brother.
Oh, that was brutal. It's a brutal, and it's in the rain and everything else. I like knowing really, I don't think got hurt other than Avery Johnson's reputation, but you know, now he gets to go out there and try and win some more games.
I didn't know Avery Johnson was black.
No, that's what I said. The video of me, when I first saw the headlines, I was like, oh, they fought two Iowa State fans. And then I was like, oh, they're fighting each other. And then I realized that they were black. And I was like, this is so much of a different video than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. And I should have known with the name Avery Johnson. That's a black ass name. I mean, Patrick, you know.
I know. Oh, you know the best Spurs Avery Johnson story is? That when Avery Johnson got recruited to New Mexico State, his parents were worried because he didn't speak Spanish. Because New Mexico, they thought, spoke Spanish. That's how backwoods Louisiana that family was before Avery left.
Zay, you have an Avery Johnson voice?
I mean, I got a little something, man. I mean, you gotta pass me the ball, Timmy. Timmy, pass me the ball. Come on, Admiral. I need you to go, Pop. Pop, I got him. You don't need to yell at him, Pop. I got him, baby. I got him.
I love it.
That is spot on.
All right. Well, we're going to pass the torch on over to you, Chip. I know you got some stuff over. You were at the campus today, so can't wait to hear what you guys got on the show today. Appreciate y'all. We'll see y'all tomorrow for more from Open Gym.
Appreciate y'all. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us on an Overreaction Monday, game week, Texas, Ohio State. We have heard from Steve Sarkisian and the Texas players. And oh, Nelly, I'd say this Texas defense is about as confident as it can be. And the Texas offense is confident. Say?
Why you say it like that? Like, why'd your voice raise?
Because the Texas defense is feeling it.
I was blinded by that big-ass earring Colin Simmons had earlier during the presser. I was like, oh, yeah, this dude, Colin Simmons, you talking about flash, man. This dude, all the endorsements, NIL, Beats headphones, Colin Simmons, Sonic. Yeah, Colin Simmons has every right to be confident. And, I love what he said about Julian Saying. He was asked about the Instagram posts, the reposts of Julian Saying starting.
I knew you would love that.
Yeah. Just want to congratulate him. Now we know a quarterback. He said the right thing. Y'all want Colin Simmons to be this just crazy hater. Or, y'all want Ohio State wants the bulletin board material so bad. And it's going back and forth. Texas wants the bulletin board material too, because Ohio State, they posted that photo of my man Sonny Styles knocking out Gunnar Helm last year. You remember that? Quinn threw Gunnar Helm a freaking hospital ball, and Sonny Styles cold clocked my man Gunnar Helm, and he dropped the pass. And Ohio State put that picture out. And it doesn't look good. It looks bad. Like if Gunnar Helm got up, people, I don't know why we're tripping. Like Gunnar Helm, he got up and he still played. Y'all are acting like Sonny Styles knocked my man Gunnar Helm out for the game or unconscious, or Gunnar Helm hasn't recovered from that. No, he got up. But Texas fans were like, oh, this is classless, something like that, which, hey, whatever. Like, some Texas fans could be hurt from that. Ohio State fans could be hurt from the Colin Simmons retweet on Julian Saying. I don't care. All I know is we are 5 days away from Texas going up to Columbus. Let's go. Week 0 pissed me off because you took Iowa State. Your boy took Kansas State. I got Avery Johnson's ignorant ass daddy and brother fighting in Dublin. You know how embarrassing that is, man? What are we doing? What, you can't lose and get your ass whooped. Like, who are you fighting with? Did you have too much Guinness? Like, I don't know what the Ireland beer is up there, but I know they like to drink. So I'm sure everybody was partaking in a little beverage or two. But, yo, that's a bad look. Avery don't deserve that. And Avery played his heart out, man. He played his heart out. Dalen Edwards, supposed to be a big-time player for Kansas State. He went out early. It's always a coincidence when a guy fumbles and muffs a punt and now he's hurt. That's the oldest trick in the book, but whatever. They could have used him. My man Avery fighting for his life. Everybody knew they were going to give the ball to Avery Johnson on that quarterback run on 4th down. Everybody knew that was coming. Come on. Come on, Chris Kleiman. You can't be more creative than that, Playboy. And I got to give it to you. Rocco Beck, he earned my respect. He earned my respect a little bit. Rocco Beck in that second half, it wasn't pretty, but it was pretty enough. And I think that game just came down to the coaching battle. I take Matt Campbell over Chris Kleiman any day of the week. I should have known. In a game like that, that's what it's going to come down to, coaching. And that's what it came down to. So I'll give you your props. Good call. Your Iowa State Cyclones made a nice little thump in college football in the Big 12. But Avery Johnson, embarrassing, man. Family, Avery don't deserve that. Avery don't deserve that. I ain't talking to my pops and brother for a minute after that.
Oh, my God.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just, it's not a good look. You can't lose and then go on social media and see your brother and your dad getting their ass whooped and stuff. That's just, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
I love you're like, I didn't know he was black.
I didn't know he was black. I know he was a brother. N-words being thrown around in the video and stuff. I'm like, who's saying the N-words? What's going on? Oh, he's black. Okay.
What the? Oh, man. I think I went 3-0.
Yeah.
In the picks.
Congratulations, man. This isn't a week that I come on and hate on you. Congratulations. Week 0. You picked Hawaii, right? Right? Did you pick that game? Because they screwed me over.
No, I had Western Kentucky. We both had Kansas. That was a cover.
Yeah.
I had Iowa State. You had K-State. Oh Lord.
You lost your stuff already?
Well, okay, here we go.
Screwed me. They got that damn kicker that they brought from off the street that watch YouTube videos and stuff.
Right.
Kick.
Yeah, you got screwed on that.
I got screwed on that, man.
You got screwed. But
like Andrew Luck, I need you on the sidelines, bro. I need you on the sidelines. I need you to be a little more hands-on. You know what I'm saying? Because Stanford, they're going downhill. They're going downhill as a program. Nobody takes Stanford seriously. Stanford used to be an elite program. You know what I'm saying? Elite. All them Directors Cups.
Now they're losing to Hawaii.
Yeah, like, come on. Like, were y'all surfing all week? Were y'all even preparing for the game? Were y'all on the beach suntanning?
I guess so.
Eating poke all week?
But listen, you're 1-2. I'm 3-0, and you got nowhere to go but up. So let's rejoice in the fact that we heard from Steve Sarkisian, the Texas players today. And say first and foremost, Steve Sarkisian said he thinks he will have Trevor Gooseby available to play Saturday against Ohio State. He's got a busted hand. Yeah. What did you think?
I didn't know what was wrong with him. I never knew what the problem was. That's all.
Yeah, he's got a hand injury. I'd heard from one source it might be a game time decision. So that's good news. Maybe they're clubbing him up and he's just going to bonk people in the head with his club. And that's good news. You need Trevor Gooseby on that field. You need Trevor Gooseby on that wall. And you're already down Andre Kojo. Like if Trevor Gooseby can't go, we're in a fire drill. You've got what? Jaden Chapman over there, Brandon Baker at right tackle. I asked Steve Sarkisian about the depth on the offensive line. He singled out Connor Stroh, Connor Robertson, and Jaden Chapman. As basically it sounded like your Chapman, number 3 tackle, Stroh, maybe the number 3 guard ahead of Nate Kibble, and Connor Robertson is your backup center to Cole Hudson. Robertson and Hudson can obviously both play guard. Yeah, that's important. And it sounds like Emmett Mosley not ready. Got the lower leg injury. He's missed time. Steve Sarkisian said, let me get the exact quote here for you. He said, he's been limited. I think we all would want him to be able to have been going the whole time with us right now. For him, the growth is going to be as the season continues to go. So you might as well pencil Parker Livingstone into that starting lineup. Let's go, Parker. Lovejoy, big fella.
Hey, time to shine, man. Everybody wants to compare this to Colt McCoy and Jordan Shipley because Archman and Parker and Livingstone are roommates. So you expect them to have a different type of chemistry and relationship. So we've heard a lot of good things about Parker Livingstone. Like, I feel great about him. The dude busted his ass. The dude gives you a different type of body at receiver. He's 6'4". He could fly. People get height confused with, that means he probably lacks speed. No, he doesn't. The dude could absolutely fly. Like, he's a burner for that size. Back at Lovejoy, he was returning picks. He did everything besides sell Gatorade and popcorn in the concession stands for Lovejoy. So you feel good about him coming in to year 2. He had a year to sit back and learn, which I think is very beneficial for wide receivers under Steve Sarkisian, because you always learn from high-key players. You're looking at Matthew Golden put in work every day. You know what I'm saying? You're looking at just different guys, DeAndre Moore. So if you're waiting and you're next and you have the right mindset to learn a very complex offense and to just keep your head down and keep working every day until your number's called, and when it is called, be ready for it, you're going to be good. And I think Parker Livingstone is one of those players that we can see show out on Saturday. Why not him? If you're going into this game and you're Ryan Day, you see DeAndre Moore, you see Ryan Wingo, both of those guys could definitely be problems, but you don't know nothing about Parker Livingstone. So, again, with that catch radius, that height, that speed, Trevion Wisner, like CB saying right here, white chocolate, which if a brother calls you white chocolate, that means you got a little flavor to your game. That means when the ball's in your hands, you ain't looking to go down or go out of bounds. You're looking to make something happen. You looking to, get on little twinkle toes.
Make you miss, baby.
Yeah, make you miss. Yards after catch, a little flavor, you dig? So I'm really excited about Parker Livingstone, man. And, that's too bad for Emmett Mosley V. Obviously, high things that we heard from him coming in from Stanford. But when did this injury happen, Chip? Like, it's kind of been a quiet thing until.
Yeah,
really.
it happened actually before the first scrimmage. So he's been out for a minute.
How'd they keep that under wraps? What were they?
Well, because it was hard to tell how serious it was, but then he's been out. So now it's that's why you're talking to me.
So I'm saying you haven't mentioned it. I talk to you every day. You haven't mentioned it. So that means they've done a really good job of keeping that on the low.
Well, yeah, you're trying to figure out, like, is he back? Is he back? Is he back? And then he wasn't back. So, so here we go. Parker Livingstone. And let's see what this offense is all about. Arch Manning sounded confident. He said, I feel good. Feel like the offense has caught a stride and that, they're ready to go. So that's good. Arch Manning, everyone's like, you're number one. You're Arch Manning, Texas. You guys, could you have a bigger target on you? And Arch said, we're trying to flip the narrative. Instead of us getting hunted, we've got a red dot on everyone else. There's the quote of the day right there. We got a red dot on everyone else.
Yeah.
That's scope.
That's scope. That's sniper.
That scope is in focus.
Yeah.
So, Steve Sarkisian saying, it's the John Wick mentality. Yeah, everyone's coming for us, but guess what? We're coming for them too. We're ready. We got some assassins out here. But dude, this defense, man, they're so confident. It's ridiculous. Ethan Burke, you can just feel it. Ethan Burke, Colin Simmons, Michael Taft. Ethan Burke was talking about how Hero Kanu, who was at Ohio State last year, knows all these offensive linemen. You dig?
Yeah. It's time.
Ethan Burke's like, I've just been huddling with Kanu, trying to get schemed up. And Colin Simmons was funny. He's like, hey, they know what they know. He was talking about Hero Kanu and Alan Clark, who was an assistant coach at Ohio State last year. And also has a pretty good idea of the personnel returning.
Yeah.
Colin Simmons said, they know what they know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of those keep things on the low, because if I'm like Alan Clark, Hero Kanu, I'm snitching on everything.
Oh, yeah.
Anything you need to know, Sark, I got you. Anything you need, Ant Hill, Colin Simmons, Ethan Burke, everybody. Like, you got
it. Sounds like Hero Kanu might have even spoken at practice today.
Word? Spoke at practice? Wow.
And Ethan Burke said, I don't think there's anyone on this team who wants to win this game more than Hero Kanu.
Wow. Yeah, we haven't talked about that angle yet, really, with this game, because there's so many different parts of this game and dissecting it and whatnot. we haven't talked about the Hero Canoe, Alan Clark part. And it's a lot. Like, you can appreciate what they know by being with the program last year, but also you got to understand this is a brand new Ohio State team. Chip Kelly's gone, Jim Knowles is gone, so they're going to be different in some ways too. But Hero Canoe, any type of extra motivation, you want to take that and run with it. And if you're Hero Canoe and you feel like they disrespected you maybe, or the coaching staff didn't believe in you the way that you felt like they should have. So you go into that game like, yeah, they gave up on me. I'm going to prove why they made a mistake. I'm going to prove why during that exit meeting, which I know Ryan Day had with Hero Canoe about where he's at and what he sees in his future at Ohio State, it clearly didn't go well. It clearly didn't go well.
I love when you do this.
No,
I love when you you start conjuring up how it all played out.
So you're telling me it went well and he said, hey, coach, I love you. You're one of the best things that's ever happened to me.
No, keep going. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I love getting your interpretation.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm picturing that exit meeting going, hey, either one, Hero already knew he was gone before he ever went into Ryan Day's office, or two, which is a lot worse, which is why Hero Canoe might have some extra anger and motivation in this game. Ryan Day could have said, yo, we don't see a future with you here. It ain't here, buddy. Sorry. We like you, but it's just not going to work here. We think you have tremendous upside. If people call about you, we're going to put in a good word. But Ohio State, you being a future Buckeye, because maybe he was Knowles' guy, and maybe Knowles tried to get him to State College, and maybe Hero Canoe was like, hell no. Sorry, coach. I appreciate what you've done for me, but you going from Columbus to State College, that's not for me. Good for you, though. I'm going to see what else is out here. And Alan Clark was like, yo, dog, I'm the ATX. Sark. Well, come talk to Steve Sarkisian. Come talk to Pete Kwiatkowski. Let's see what's up. And it all worked out. So, yeah. You know, Jay Longhorn, I'm just saying, bro. You know, you just never know. There's always two sides of a story. You dig? There's always two sides of a story. So, yeah, if I'm Hero Canoe, I like the story where Ryan Day disrespected him. Ryan Day told Hero Canoe, you know what? We just can't do nothing with you, partner. You a good player. You got good upside.
All right, I'm cutting you off right now.
You're from Europe, so there might be a language barrier or a culture barrier or something like that, where in Columbus it don't work out. While Steve Sarkisian's like, yo, these measurements, this athleticism, we could do something with this. Kenny, can you do something with this? Talking to Kenny Baker. Kenny, you do something with this? Kenny Baker said, look, Hero Canoe up and down, watch a couple of, game tape, some reps. I could work with this, coach. All right. Where do you sign?
He's already on the leadership council.
That's big. See?
All right. Big. This says, is it Livingstone? Yes, it's Livingstone. Parker Livingstone.
Yeah, I heard Sark say it the other day as Livingstone.
The new first baseman for the Texas baseball team is Livingston. CB wants to know, do they usually do pressers inside the Longhorn Hall of Fame? No. And we don't know where next week's presser is going to be, apparently. Because
what?
The whole east side of DKR is under construction for those 2-story, $10 million suites. So the press box is like, I'm almost afraid to go into that press box against San Jose State because it's like under construction. I feel like we're going to be moving orange cones out of the way to go to work. And then next year they're putting us in the southeast corner where we can't even see the Jumbotron. Like, Come on. Anyway, okay. I'm not gonna be that.
You really complaining.
I know. What? You can do it for free. Just be quiet. Okay, fine. I'm just saying. I know the media doesn't matter. I get it. I just had to vent. It's all good.
Yeah, you gotten bougie, man, over your
30
plus years, which I get it. You deserve it. You've worked hard to get where you're at. Well,
for 30 years, press boxes were right there at midfield. But now those are suites. I get it. So now we're going to the corner. Yeah. I'm happy I'm not in the equipment room. That's fine. It's all good. Just saying.
By the way, was it you that had Steve Sarkisian have to go back and remind himself of who, like, asking? You asked 2 questions today, and Sark was like, "What's the first question?" Was that you?
Yeah,
I knew it.
I'm always trying to get a twofer because I know that microphone's probably not coming back.
It came back, did it not?
It did come back.
Yo,
it did come back. That's when I asked him about the depth on the offensive line.
Weren't you just telling me last week about you can't abuse Kurt Bowles, the OGs? Sometimes y'all try to sneak in an extra question. You can't abuse the authority. And here you are. That was a long-ass question. It was a 2-parter, and it was long as hell. Of course, Steve Sarkisian was like, yeah, what was your first question again? I was like, damn, Chip.
I was trying. I didn't do a great job. I had a rough day. I was trying to ask, he said Anthony Hill's personality is sort of the personality of the defense. So I was like, is there an offensive player whose personality is like the personality of the offense? So he was like, huh? I was like, let me try this again. But then he gave a good answer. He said Trey Wisner. And he's like, that guy, get every drop of juice out of him every day. Plays fast, physical, tough. That's the way we want to play. I'm like, boom. And CJ Baxter cut off his dreads.
Yo, that's a big deal.
5 to 6 years he's been growing those.
That's a big deal.
Part of a new beginning, he said, a new start. He's coming back from that knee injury. So
that's how I know he's serious.
Yeah.
That's how I know he's serious, man. Once you get that fresh cut, business attire, all business. You know what I'm saying? I get it. You could be a fly dude and still be about business, but you got to show me the signs that you all about business. You know what I'm saying? When Quinn Ewers cut the mullet, you remember how big of a moment that was? That was a huge moment.
It's all about business.
All about business. I was like, okay, we got a new Quinn Ewers now. We got a new this Quinn that we saw freshman year. We saw the glimpses, but now it's all about ball. It's all about being a professional. You know what I'm saying? I get it. It's collegiate sports, but they pros, man. You have the University of Texas. You a pro, damn it. So CJ Baxter, he understands that, and he knows he's about to get reps. Like, I can't wait. I'm looking at this game against Ohio State being that 1A, 1B punch for Travion Wisner and CJ Baxter. That's what I'm looking for. Start with the running game. That's just establish that run. Make life easy for old Arch boy.
Yes.
Easy. Throw Arch in that run game a little bit. You know,
yeah.
A little quarterback option, RPO.
Hey, this game and Georgia are the games where you need Arch's legs. So, yeah, I'm expecting Arch to get 7, 8, 10 carries.
Yeah.
And for some stupid reason, college football still subtracts sack yardage from the run total instead of the pass total. The NFL subtracts sack yardage from the passing total. So if he gets sacked a couple times, that'll go down as 2 carries in the run column, and however many negative yards will go down in the run column, which is stupid. But I expect him to get 7 or 8 either carries that he creates off script or by design. this is one of those games.
It's one of those games.
Because Texas averaged 2 yards per carry against Ohio State in the college football playoff semifinal. And I went back and looked at 05, and it was like 3.4. Look, I'll take 3.4. I'll take 3.4. Just not 2. Just not 1.1, like against Georgia. Like it was crazy. Texas averaged 1.1 yards per carry in the game against Georgia in October and against Georgia in the SEC championship game. Both games, it was 1.1 yards per carry.
It's tough.
Which is tough.
Yeah, you run it first and second down. You're dealing with 3rd and 8 every drive. Like, what do you do with that? There's not too many plays for 3rd and 8. So
yeah. What, Rex? What you mean? No way Arch gets more than 5 true carries. Steve Sarkisian said, we got to get out of the building with a W, whatever we got to do. I think he does get
it. The long game. Lex, they haven't even got a backup yet. No, Rex, he looking at that UTSD. We got to keep Arch upright. We can't even have him thinking about getting injured in this game. I get what you're saying, Rex. Hopefully, Arch has listened to his grandfather and knows he needs to get down, slide,
get down, out of bounds. You don't want Ohio State making pictures of you slumped over on the ground.
Yeah, because I'm praying. Again, let's keep everybody safe. You never want injuries in such a violent game, but you know it's bound to happen because it's such a violent game. If anybody does any cheap shit on Arch Manning anytime this year, watch this team lose their minds. Watch your team lose their mind. Like, this is what Arch Manning is the type of player. Yeah, that's the tweet or post that I'm talking about.
That's Gunnar Helm slumped over, ball next to him. 1 more week, it says.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know why that was such a problem to some Texas fans. Like, I don't know why.
Well, Ethan Burke said, if someone has that photo, I would like to see it, please.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
It got brought up today in the presser?
Oh, yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying. Why? How was it asked? Who asked that question? Like, what?
A reporter.
And what they ask?
They said, did you see the photo of Gunnar Helm that Ohio State posted, saying 1 more week? And Ethan Burke was like, no, I would like to see that photo. Okay. If someone could send it to me.
Okay.
Then I think someone just showed it to him and he's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. That was a freaking Quinn Ewers hospital ball. That was one of, how Quinn Ewers throws those loft passes with too much air instead of zipping it in, where it just hits you in the numbers and you can have time to take a hit. It was like Gunnar Helm was waiting for the ball to come to him, and it just in slow motion while Sonny Styles was running full speed, waiting to lay out Gunnar Helm. Like, that was that play. But yeah, Arch Manning, let him run it a little bit.
Hey, Zay, what do you say? Over under 5 true carries for Arch Manning.
Over.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be smart about it, Rex.
Yeah.
Ohio State fans in the building.
Let's go.
Jake P. Yo, Jake P. Chip don't like you, but hey, I appreciate you being here.
I like Jake. Jake hasn't done anything to me yet.
Okay, you're going to have to go through your rant all the time about, they're the worst people. They're the worst fans of all time.
Listen,
I've never seen fans so bad.
I'm just saying, and some people have told me that it's worse out on Main Street or whatever that street is. High Street. What do they call it? High Street, where all the non-game going tailgaters are. Those guys are like the knuckleheads. Apparently the closer you get to the stadium, those are the season ticket holders, and they're a little better. Although I'm not so sure, because I had people telling me that they were so far up in their face at the Cotton Bowl, Ohio State fans, that it was like, okay, dude, to the point where other Texas fans were like, everything okay over there? And finally, the Ohio State fans like sat down because it was apparently like a bunch of tough ass looking dudes that were ready to say,
"Well, squabble."
Yeah, anyone need some help over here?
Down for some ruckus.
Yeah, down for the ruckus. I'm just saying.
Nah, Jake, welcome. I'm more warm than Chip is, Jake. Appreciate you, dog. Appreciate you.
Hell.
Congrats on the national championship, but it's a new year, though. It's a new year. We go try to take that natty from Ryan Day's hands. The Trevor Gooseby thing worries me a little bit. Trevor Gooseby, especially, you need your hands, bro. You need that placement for an offensive lineman is key to their technique. So if he can't get his hand a certain way to where,
right, you want to grab the inside of those shoulder pads and direct.
Yeah, you got to be able to control the edge rusher, not have them control you. If you can't get a good grip on them because you have a freaking club nub of a hand, don't like that. I don't like
Trevor
that.
Gooseby's feet are his magic.
That's true.
So he, like, if this was Cam Williams, I'd be like, oh no. But I think Gooseby can move and stay in front of people.
Okay. Good.
It's not, I mean, we'll see. It's not Jack Sawyer. I don't know who it is, but.
Nah, it's that Jackson Jr. and Curry. Those guys who don't have much experience because Sawyer and JTT were taking up all those reps last year. So that's what's unproven for Ohio State, that front four. That's why I said you got to establish that run game. Now, we know the history of Ohio State defensive linemen. They've made a ton of money in the NFL. You got former number one picks. Like, they're always going to have dudes. So you expect just how Ryan Day recruits, those guys to just be waiting like Texas guys have been waiting for their
like planes on the runway.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Just waiting to take off.
Waiting to take off. So that worries you a little bit.
Look at that. Jake says, if Ohio State fans are rude to any of you, I apologize on their behalf. Never had any issues with Texas fans. You guys are okay in my book. All right. All right.
That's sweet. That's very sweet. You know.
Well, I will have a full report because I'm getting up there Friday morning. Hopefully I can get into I should be able. Yeah. I'll be doing my show probably from my hotel room.
All right.
There in Columbus on Friday.
You're staying in Columbus?
Yeah.
It's a big city, right? Like that's like one of the
I'm staying at the airport because I'm flying out at like 6 a.m. on Sunday morning.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean,
it's Columbus. Like, what are you doing there? You're not going out in the night.
Right.
You're not. It's not what
there is some event though where VY is going to be there and Ted Ginn. They're going to be reliving the good old days for Texas.
Ted Ginn was so cold.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh. Ted Ginn had blazers, man. I still remember his kick return to the national championship, the one they lost to Florida. Oh my gosh. Like to start the game, too. Like Ted Ginn could fly. Had a solid NFL career, too.
Michael Huff held him to 2 catches for 9 yards. Hey, someone else. Make someone else beat you. Santonio Holmes almost did, but hey, wasn't Ted Ginn.
He was really young, though.
Who?
Ted Ginn. Like, he could have been more than a sophomore.
I don't know. He was blazing fast.
He was always fast. Yeah.
I remember Vince saying to Huff, "You gonna let number 7? You're gonna let number 7 do his thing?" Like all during workouts that summer. Huff told me that. He's like, every time VY'd come up to me, he'd be like, "Hey, number 7 gonna get over on you?" It was 7-on-7. Crime. Huff wins. You know, I rewatched that game. I don't think people remember there were 9 field goals attempted in that game. 25-22, Texas wins. Ohio State's kicker attempted 6 field goals, hit 5. And David Pino attempted 3 and hit all 3. I think this is going to be another big-time field goal game. This is going to come down to Jaden Fielding and Mason Shipley. And Jaden Fielding choked his nuts off against Michigan. And that was the last time he was kicking field goals in that stadium. See if he's been able to wipe out that memory.
Yeah, they didn't need it in the college football playoff. They smoking everybody except Texas. They didn't need that dude. They trying not to need him in this game. But
What do you think Jeremiah Smith is thinking? These fools held me to 1 catch for 3 yards.
Oh, I think he's super confident.
Yeah, he's got to be chewing glass.
Yeah. Yeah, he's dangerous, man. It's going to be very interesting how Texas plays him because you got to worry about Brandon Ennis. You got to worry about Carnell Tate. Carnell Tate is going to be another one of those good ones.
Yeah, he's 6'3". He can fly.
Yeah, this is going to be that breakout year for him too. So you got to get to Julian Sand, man. First, you got to gobble up that run. So where you can force those 3rd and longs, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, etc. And you got to put that pressure on Julian Sand that he's never faced before. Like Colin Simmons, hey, even though you're not quote unquote talking, you're still talking enough, player. You're very loud.
Who?
Colin Simmons.
Yeah. You know why? Because I'm the one.
Exactly. Like Colin Simmons, he ain't shy at all. Like, and some might say he might be overly confident. Like, I get what he did last year was incredible for a freshman with the limited reps, 8 sacks, 9 sacks almost. Like, the dude's absolutely special. But now it's time to go out there and show us what you're preaching, bruh. Like, I'm expecting him to take over the game, especially when you have all those other dogs behind you. I'm expecting Ant Hill to be everywhere, to be moved everywhere. And this year for Anthony Hill, which I think that's why Trey Moore moving to that linebacker position is important, because there's going to be times where you're going to have Ant Hill rush. He's just too good at different parts of the game, whether it's at that middle linebacker spot or if you put him on that line. So everything's situational, and then it'll allow Leon Lafau and Trey Moore to play together and vice versa. Like Trey Moore, put him on the line at times because he's comfortable with that. Like the versatility of this Texas defense, to what you've been saying, Chip, how confident this defense is. Sark saying last week there's about 16 starters on this defense that you could rotate and stuff, and just the versatility. That's what you're going to have to see in this opening game because it all relies on Julian Sand. If Julian Sand's comfortable, Ohio State wins the game, in my opinion. If he's not, then Texas is good because being comfortable, you don't have to do much. Like the short game, the easy game for Julian Sand, if you're Ryan Day, if you're Brian Hartline, that's what you need to base your offense on, at least early, because he's a young quarterback. So you can't have him throwing the tough-ass stuff, the hard intermediate throws, the tough stuff across the middle, the longer out routes and stuff. Like, you'll probably won't see that as much, but you're going to see those quick screens, quick games because Tate and this freaking Jeremiah Smith, they're so talented, Chip, that just put the ball in their hands. Put the ball in their hands and see what happens. Like,
I expect to see reverse, handoffs, whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Like, and I'm very curious to see what Peoples and Donaldson's going to bring to the table with that offensive line. Like,
I think Donaldson is underrated.
Very underrated.
Donaldson was a handful when he came down here.
Right.
And that dude's a former tight end. He's tough.
Yeah.
He's 235. I mean, the running back position, that's like Eddie George like. big, strong.
Eddie George.
Like, I don't think Ohio State fans know about C.J. Donaldson. They're like, oh, we don't have Quinshon Judkins or Travion Henderson anymore. Like, go watch some tape of C.J. Donaldson. Because that dude's he's a football player.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he's underrated. They're expecting Peoples to have that breakout year like what we saw with Judkins and Henderson. So if he has that, damn, like that's a team that, as they should be, will be fighting for another national championship and be looking to repeat. I went back and watched Julian Sand in the spring game. That arm, that release is smooth, boy.
The whip.
It's smooth. Because especially after watching your boy Avery Johnson throw this week in Ireland, that dude's release is odd. Like just the short game, the long game, it was all right, but the short game, he has like I don't know if it's a hitch. It just doesn't look natural. I don't know. It just looks like it's something's holding them back, but they're just certain guys to where when that ball flies off their fingertips, it's purdy. And Julian's saying that's a purdy ball. So
yeah,
if he can put it all together, man, the dude's still big time 5-star blue chip type pick. Like there's a reason why he's at Ohio State. If he can live up to that this early, Texas could be in for a long day.
Naaman wants to know how tall is Julian saying he's 6'1". 6'1".
Yeah, he ain't the biggest.
Ethan Burke, get those hands up. I bet you Ethan Burke has a batted pass. I think the Texas defense may score in this game.
Damn.
And if they do, oh, hell. Watch out, because that's a big infusion of what I call the confidence tank. And if you, like I said, Texas comes out of this thing with a win and looks pretty impressive doing it, that's a lot in the confidence tank. That tank fills up quick. Now, if that Texas offense can do stuff with whatever the hell's going on the offensive line, and remember Trey Wisner got pulled out of the second scrimmage too with Gooseby, and so did Jelani McDonald, but they're all good to go from what I hear. So, Jelani's got a big role in this game because Jeremiah Smith made most of his plays out of the slot. So I know Grayson Littleton's going to play. He's going to play some at star. I expect Jelani McDonald to probably start that game at star if he's not at safety. You could also have Michael Taft at star if you think having Jelani McDonald over the top is better. But what they did last year was you had Gilbo on Smith at the line, and then you had Makuba over the top. So they just went to Carnell Tate, and he caught 7 balls.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's good, man. I hope they put some respect on his name, which is why I think Emeka Ubuka is incredible too. But Jeremiah Smith took over all the publicity last year for that room. And
I mean, as he should have. 1,300 yards receiving.
Facts.
Buku touchdowns.
But let's not get it twisted like those other guys don't got juice too. Carnell Tate is going to be a terrific NFL player.
Yeah.
Like a really good NFL player. And I think he's going to use that to his advantage, playing off of Jeremiah Smith. Like that's like Ryan Day, he's dealt with this so many times, man, where his wide receiver room is just loaded. So if you do all that focusing on Jeremiah Smith, those other guys, all they have to do is win their one-on-one matchups. That's why you got to be sound. You got to be locked in for everything. You can't get duped. You got to trust your eyes. You got to trust the film that you watched. Like all the little things, they come into games like this where the talent mirrors one another. Like, they're big too. They're fast too. They're athletic too. So what's going to be the difference? All the little things. Again, going back to that Iowa State, Kansas State game. The difference in that game, coaching to me. Matt Campbell's crew, way less penalties. Way less penalties than Kansas State had. That's how they ended up winning the game. It was ugly for both teams. They both had their turnovers early, and that could easily happen in this game. It's the first game of the year. Like, the defenses, you're not going to catch this Ohio State team, and vice versa, with their offenses not having this much experience ever again. If you face them the next time, it's going to be two completely different offenses. So your defense better be locked in, because all it takes is a couple of plays, man. Jeremiah Smith, Carnell Tate go crazy. Ugh.
Rodney says Avery Johnson throws like Phillip Rivers without a thumb.
See, he has a weird release. I'm not the only one. I'm not tripping. Like, all his short pass stuff, it was like, why do you throw like this, bruh? Why
hey, two guys who probably, first of all, Max Clare, the Purdue transfer tight end, is a clone of Gunnar Helm. Long arms, 6'5", cloned. So I'm very interested to see how they defend him.
He's good.
Is Ty Anthony Smith is like, who's dropping into coverage with that dude? Is it Trey Moore, who's 6'3"? So you gotta have really good coverage on him. I mean, could be Grayson Littleton. So real interested to see how that plays. And then let's see Manny Muhammad, Jalen Gilbo. You want to have your coming out party finally? Because Malik Muhammad said today, Manny Muhammad, they call him, he said, I did not play up to the standard in that game. He had a lot of Egbuka. Egbuka had 5 catches for 51 yards. They both had Carnell Tate, who had 7 catches for 75 yards. But, you know,
Egbuka was so good.
Sark said, we don't have Makuba and Barron anymore. And those guys were special. Like, this is the ultimate test. You're going up to their house, defending national champs. They got the best receiver in football. I mean, Jeremiah Smith would have been the number 1 pick in the draft if he came out. As a freshman, he would have gone ahead of Cam Ward, I guarantee.
Man, yeah.
Because Jeremiah Smith that's sure money.
Sure money.
So I can't wait, man. This defense against those receivers, that tight end, this little first-year starter quarterback.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. If you get to Julian saying before he can get that ball out to Jeremiah Smith, Carnell Tate, Max Clare, Brandon Ennis, then you win.
They're high on Brandon Ennis too.
Oh, yeah.
I think Brandon Ennis can be one of the next big things too. I'm like, how do y'all keep doing this? Like, Brian Hartline can't be that cool. Come on, man. Because that's all you hear. You always hear Brian Hartline is the coolest dude in the world. Like, Brian Hartline is the wide receiver guru. If you're a wide receiver and you're a highly ranked kid prospect out of high school and you want to go play football somewhere, you go to Columbus. That's what they always say.
Well, look at the run they've had.
That's what I'm saying. That's Jackson Smith and Jigba, Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson. Terry McLaurin just got paid today. Where'd he go to school? Oh, Scary Terry got paid $96 million for 3 years. Terry McLaurin said, yo, I ain't going to do nothing at training camp. Training camp, what? I'm chilling. Y'all going to pay me anyway. You serious?
Micah Parsons is like, hey, when am I getting mine?
Micah, they got you 3 years. Jerry already said it, Micah. Got you 3 years, bro. Franchise tag. Franchise tag. Yeah, Micah. You ain't in control, brother.
That's what I would do.
That's what I would do too. Like, what you want?
I would have traded him 2 years ago, but
yeah.
You're getting the franchise tag.
Micah, stay strong, bro. They're breaking them, Chip. Did you see him at the game the other night, laying on the mat, laying on the training table, being dramatic? Like, oh, God, life's so bad. Life's so rough. I'm so disgruntled. I'm so uncomfortable with the situation, Micah. You were doing such a good job, brother, of staying strong, acting like it wasn't a problem. I did not like the way Micah Parsons looked at that preseason game. He looked so uninterested. Like,
hey, he needs to take a page out of, well, the problem is, and I finished the Netflix documentary on the Cowboys.
Yeah, don't give it up because I'm still working on it.
Okay, but the great, Emmett held out in 93 because he first 3 years of his rookie contract, he led the league in rushing twice, and he was on a Super Bowl winning team. So he said, I'm not playing. And Cowboys started off 0-2, and Jerry paid up, baby. Jerry said, okay. Charles Haley was pissed. Charles Haley threw his helmet in the locker room, almost killed Jerry.
Because he's like,
he's like, what are we doing? Like, Haley's like, we got the best running back in the league, and he's not here. Throws his helmet. It goes through the drywall. Jerry was like, I was standing right next to where that helmet landed. And then they paid him. Dude, Charles Haley was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Have you gotten to that part yet?
No, I have not.
Oh God. I covered Haley. He jokes that he has 3 personalities. Charlie, Charles, and Chuck. And Chuck is the psycho.
Yeah, Chuck sounds ignorant.
He's like, Charlie is the nice guy. Charles is the professional football player. And Chuck is psycho. But he's bipolar and
what?
Yeah, oh yeah. No, and Switzer would always be like, Charles, you take your meds? Oh yeah.
Now, do you want him on the meds or off the meds?
On.
Because if he's off the meds, wouldn't you want that in football? I want. No. Or he just could not thinking clear enough.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because you'll see.
Right.
Yeah, Charles was something. Charles Haley was something. And he's a big reason they won Super Bowls.
Yeah.
He was like, players are coming up to him like, hey, you got any advice for us to win Super Bowls? He's like, no, let's just go win one. Let's just go. Just follow my lead. Okay. All right. Let's go. He talked about how dumb they were. I know he was talking about Leon Lett, poor guy. But Leon was like so unbelievably strong. All they had to do was get him going in the right direction, and no one could block that dude. Yeah. They did such an amazing job of evaluating. Like, Leon Lett played at some tiny little no-name college. Larry Allen was at Sonoma State, which is also where Anthony Hill's dad played.
Oh.
By the way.
Oh, Ant Hill Sr.
Ant Hill Sr. Yeah, he played at Sonoma State in Kansas. That's where Anthony Hill's dad played linebacker. So
that's just in the blood? I didn't know all that.
Oh, yeah. What's in the blood? It's in the blood.
Blood, huh?
Oh, yeah. Hey, as long as 0 and 1 are on the field,
You feel good?
I'll take Texas. Yeah. I'm telling you, those two combined make the number 10. They are the swagger that Vince Young was for the Texas team in 05. 1-0 on defense are the swagger for the Longhorns in this game Saturday.
I agree. No, like we had our most important players not named Arch Manning list a few weeks ago, you and I, and Ant Hill was both of our number ones. And we went about our list differently, but Ant Hill still came out at number one for both you and me. And it's just not hard to tell his impact on this ball club, his experience. Like, how old is he now? Because Sark mentioned that he came in as like a 16-year-old.
Who?
Anthony Hill. Is he like even 20 yet? Even though he's a junior? Because I remember him coming in really young too.
Yeah, he's 20. His birthday's on Valentine's Day.
Okay. But
Collins, 19.
Yeah. Just grown-ass man, 19 years old. Whole world in front of him. Like, I remember last year after the Michigan game, Chip came on the post-game show, which shout out to me and my man Rodney Rodriguez.
Yeah, make sure y'all tune in to Zay and Rodney as soon as the Texas-Ohio State game ends on Saturday. Post-game right here, Texas Sports Unfiltered. Zay, you do a great job with that, and so does Double R. So that's going to be great.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Shout out to our Texas tailgate party over there live at Center Stage. Game will be on the big screen, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Texas Sports Unfiltered crew will be out there. BK and Bucky, pregame show. Y'all go join us. East Palmer Lane at Center Stage. But I remember after the Michigan game and just seeing Colin Simmons wreak havoc. And I remember telling Rodney in postgame, like, yo, this looks like he could be the number one pick in 2027. Like,
he had 6 quarterback hurries in that game.
Oh, you could just tell, you could just see it then, like, yo, that get off is different. That power's different. That agility, the bend. For someone that age, 18 years old, to have this in his bag already. And like Alan Clark, man, crazy as hell to say, but he ain't lying. Alan Clark said, dude looked bored last year. Dude really didn't even have a bag. Like, I had to give him a bag because he had a couple of basic moves. Now we're throwing a whole bunch of stuff at him. So we're getting another Colin Simmons this season. And you expect that. You expect the development to be getting better year by year for all the players. But for Colin Simmons specifically, that's terrifying, boy. If he gets that much better this year, now with more reps, I don't know if he can break that Texas sack record. That's a lot. I'm glad that he has his eyes on it. I'm glad he set those goals for himself. That shows the type of dude that he is, the type of competitor he is. But man, he's still going to cause havoc to where if you're an offensive coordinator any given Saturday, number one on your scouting report should be stopping number one or make sure that he don't stop you. Well, him and Anthony Hill.
And Ohio State had their two tackles, Donovan Jackson and Josh Simmons, both went in the first round.
Yeah.
They gone. So let's see what Ethan Oniwawa from Rice and Austin Siraveld, a sophomore at right tackle. Good luck, fellas.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck. A lot of people can earn some money on Saturday.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned, Malik Muhammad and Jalen Gilbo, you could change your family's life in this game. Going up against Colin Simmons, Carnell Tate, Brandon Ennis. Oh, you could change your whole family's life in one game. I know it's a long season, but everybody and their mama gonna be there big noon kickoff or watching on the TV. So you could earn some serious paper if you go toe to toe with these big dogs. And I think these guys definitely understand that. I think that's just another reason to be motivated for this game. Like, obviously you play for the name in front of the jersey, like that comes first. But as Steve Sarkisian says all the time, the team success, as that happens, individual success will come. And you could ask Matthew Golden and John A. Barron and Andrew Makuba, Alfred Collins, all those guys that got drafted last year, that will let you know that that's facts, man. Like, Texas wasn't that good. You think John A. wins the Thorpe Award? Hell no. You don't get considered for awards like that if your team's not relevant. So knowing that, like, this is one of those games to where just, again, your whole family's life could change in 60 minutes. And if you have that mindset, oh, man, sky's the limit, man. Sky's like Jalen Gilbo. I love Jalen Gilbo. You know that. I always thought Jalen Gilbo was underrated. This is the year that Texas fans really know who Jalen Gilbo is. Because a lot of the time it was just like, who's number 3 out there? You know, playing that star spot. Jalen Gilbo, he had some moments, especially when it came to those star blitzes and, you know, sacking the quarterback and whatnot and disrupting things for tackle for loss situations. But now they're really going to get to see Jalen Gilbo cover. And I think he could thrive at that. Like, he's tough as hell. Like, the dude was starting as a freshman before he got injured. Like, Jalen Gilbo, this could be a big-time breakout year for him. I'm excited to see what 3 brings to the table, along with the rest of that secondary that's super talented.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, look, this Ethan Oyanwa, the 6'7", 330-pound offensive tackle from Rice, they think he's NFL good. So let's see it.
I'm not going to lie. I could have sworn I read on Ohio State's 24/7 sports site that he got beat out by the Phillip Daniels kid.
Oh, shoot.
And how that was one of the biggest surprises at camp for Ohio State. Everybody was expecting Alanoa, or whatever his name is. Yeah, Alanoa to be that starter because he has all that experience and stuff. But for some reason, I don't think he won that job. I might be mistaken.
You're right. Let me text someone real quick.
Yeah. Hit them sources up, man. Cause I know I wasn't tripping. Cause I remember seeing that and I was like, interesting. And I think whoever wrote that article about the depth chart, I think it was a very specific article about the depth chart for Ohio State. That's what it was saying. It was like people were shocked that Ethan, I don't know, didn't win that job. And that Phillip Daniels was just more productive throughout camp. And
I'll get that.
All right, cool.
That's gonna be good, man. Okay, so a couple other little nuggets from today that stood out to me. Yeah, and Jose brings up the quote from Arch today. Arch, everyone's like, you're number one, target's on you. And Arch said, they're flipping the script. He said, I think all of us at Texas, we kind of try to shift the narrative that we're going for everyone else. The target's not on our back. We've got a red dot on everyone else. That's a quote of the day right there. That's the quote of the day. Colin Simmons asked about that, said, "We coming for it. We coming." That's all I got on that. You getting nervous about how much Colin's sounding?
No.
Bravado?
No. I think he's going to be just fine. I think he's one of those guys that likes to build up a matchup by psyching himself in like this, to where, again, he's not being disrespectful, because he could have went out and said something about Julian saying, like, "Oh, Julian saying, I can't wait to rip his head off." Like, he could have went real, just, dramatic with it, and he didn't. He's been classy about his trash talk, kind of like Anthony Hill. Like Anthony Hill, we all know that he likes to talk. You can see on film that he is out here chirping a lot, but Ant Hill does it in a way to where you look at him, you're like, "Oh, you wouldn't hurt a fly." Like, "Oh, look at this classy, well-spoken, kind, well-mannered gentleman." They do it in ways to where it doesn't come off as petty or just disrespectful, but confident. Like that's what it is. It's just like, "Yo, I bust my ass every day, whether it's working on my body, getting right in the weight room, doing whatever Tory Beckman asks of me. I take care of my body, whether that's putting the right food in it." Shout out to Humans. They just got that human partnership that we're going to see on the field and stuff. So we know they're putting the right stuff in their body, with that partnership, which I think is cool. I don't know why Texas fans are tripping about the field and stuff. You're barely going to freaking see it, but whatever. But they do the right things to where, yeah, talk a little bit. Like, this is football. This is professional, or this is sports. I'm not saying it's professional sports, but basically it is with NIL. Like, this is big time, high level sports. Trash talk is a part of it. It just is, especially football. That's what makes it fun. Like, but you're going to have to prove it. You're going to have to show me with your actions. They can back up the words that you're saying or the Instagram repost. So I'm nervous? No, not at all. But it definitely makes me eager to see how they back their ish up. And I definitely think they're going to be able to do that. But Ohio State, man, like, those Buckeyes, they need to be respected. And I think just the whole Julian saying thing, that's what we're going to be talking about all week. That's the X factor in the game. It's really Julian saying. I think more before Arch. Like, I really do. Like, I think Arch, even with him having more experience than Julian saying, like, but not much, I think those games mean a lot. Saying, no experience, number one team in the nation, coming to the shoe.
Burke's arms flapping around, 83 inches of them.
That's a lot, boy. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Hero Canoe coming for you.
Yeah.
Colin and Hill.
Yeah. Hero Canoe said Ryan Day didn't want me, coach. Ryan Day didn't need me.
This is instigate. This is Inzadigator.
Inzadigator. Yeah. Ryan Day didn't need me. He says, "I'm good without you. We can win without you. You ain't no hero to me." We got hero. Caleb Downs is a hero. You ain't no real hero. Canoe.
Man. Yeah, is this gonna be big time or what? You kidding me?
Yeah. I gotta see what that club's looking like, man. You gonna be on the field before the game? Before you
I hope
go
so.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I hope so.
I need you to see what's going on with 74, man. See how that club's looking.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I hope it's right. I hope it's right, because Trevor Gooseby in that hand, I do not like that. Now, the injuries from Contravian Wisner and Jelani McDonald, have we heard what those were? Even though they came back to practice and we're assuming that they're fine too. But was Contravian Wisner asked about that today or anything?
Yeah, no, Wisner, he looked fine. I don't know what it was per se. But you were right. Daniels will probably start at right tackle.
Got him.
Philip Daniels.
Philip Daniels, boy, won the gig.
And Austin Sieraveld, the sophomore, will start at left tackle.
Yeah.
No Ethan Onyanwa.
He ain't ready.
That Rice domination, it's not Big Ten ready.
Yeah, you're coming from Rice. Ain't no way you're ready. What? Like, come on, man. He might look the part, but he went to Rice, bruh. Come on, that's a lot. That's a lot. Like, that's a huge adjustment. Like, you go from Conference USA to playing Colin Simmons. You ready for that smoke? My man ain't ready. They said the redshirt sophomore been locked in, been doing whatever it takes. Like, all right. Y'all believe in the redshirt sophomore. Best of luck to you.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, because you know as well as anybody, Chip, like Tyler Bowen, he ain't gonna BS. Like offensive line coach for Ohio State. Like all those guys, like they're not gonna, they know how good Texas defensive line can be, especially those edge rushers. Like this ain't one of those, oh, we might have paid him a certain amount of money, so he has to start. Nah, you ain't gonna get us messed up like that. If I'm Ryan Day, it don't matter. No matter how much you're getting paid, no matter what that NIL situation's like, no matter how many years you played at Rice in the Conference USA, you're gonna have to earn your spot here. And that's what I'm also thinking. Like, this is such a brand new game. What's the leash like for Julian Sayin and all these guys, all these new guys? I can say that for the Texas side too. All these young guys that have something to prove, like Grayson Littleton. We expect him to play a lot. Sark said there could be up to 30 defensive players in the first half against Ohio State come Saturday. So guys that are already established, like Mookie Taft and them, like Mookie Taft can make a mistake and you still feel confident in leaving them in the game because you know he's going to pay it back later on. Those guys that haven't been in this moment before, what's your leash like? Because you have a quarterback battle until last Monday. If you're Julian Sayin, Lincoln Kienholz, that helmet's staying on, bruh. Like that helmet's real close to you. Is it not? Like if you're let's throw out a scenario here. Let's play hypotheticals. We know Steve Sarkisian doesn't like hypotheticals, but Sark ain't on Chip and Zay. If Julian Sayin throws 3 interceptions before the fourth quarter even starts, Ohio State down 24-6. Only been able to put up 2 field goals. Do we see Kienholz? Is that a Kienholz situation? Because if you're Ryan Day, you were in the battle with it. You're Bryant Hartline. These guys were battling.
Hey, let me tell you something. If Julian Sayin is seeing ghosts, you're going to see Colin Kienholz. Lincoln Kienholz.
Okay.
If Colin Simmons is draped all over Julian Sayin like a cape, you're going to see Lincoln Kienholz.
That's if you're a Ohio State fan, that's terrifying. Now you could say, okay, maybe we could wash this season, which you don't wash no season. You're Ohio State. You don't wash no season. You should win it every year in your mind, just like how Texas fans think. But
hey, but what did Gunnar Stockton do for Georgia? Came in, ran around a little bit, moved the chains. They rolled the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
They got him where he was comfortable, and he made enough plays.
Yeah. And that's just my point. Where's Carson Beck? Gone. So if that happens, who knows if Julian Sayin gets benched, who knows if that could be
right
an effect for the rest of the year to where he's like, y'all gave up on me early. Ain't no way I'm coming back in 2026. Y'all chose Lincoln Keen Holtz. Just like Kirby Smart and them chose Gunnar Stockton over Carson Beck. They could have easily brought Carson Beck back. They said, nah, we good. Bye, Carson. Enjoy South Beach. Like, we don't need you. We're good.
Yeah, just like OU picked John Mateer over Jackson Arnold. Arnold. 5-star.
And John Mateer has a gambling problem. Did we just sweep that under the rug?
For a bad sense of humor.
A horrible sense of humor. Yeah.
John Mateer is either a total gambling fool or has the worst comedic timing of any college athlete.
Very dark humor for John Mateer, which I get. We just swept that under the rug, huh? Like, we ain't even going to discuss
well, I'm sure OU and the NCAA are doing a really deep dive into this right now.
OU put out their depth chart. They got John Mateer starting.
John Mateer.
Which that Jalen Ott guy, he's like third string. The Cal transfer, the running back.
Yeah, the guy who ran for 1,300 yards 2 years ago.
He's third string on their depth chart. Like, what's going on?
Those depth charts might as well be birdcage liners at this point.
Yeah, Brent
no one's telling the truth right now.
Yeah, Brent Venables. I see the game you're playing, buddy.
Once the season starts, then we know who's playing, who's not.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's a joke, Mike. We joke here. We kid. John Mateer, he's a sweet boy.
Yeah, we're referring to his Venmo account where he said something about the USC UCLA game, and then he said, that was a joke. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So
appreciate it. Yeah.
Michael Taft, that dude.
Did he speak with y'all today?
Yeah.
How's the voice?
Good. Recovered.
Recovered?
Yep.
Good. That's good practice. That's smart. That's good coaching, Sark. Michael Taft, I don't want to hear anything from you for a couple of days.
That's right.
We could, Mookie, if you have anything to say, and we could stop the play and you could say something where we're quiet enough to hear you, because we're going to need that voice on Saturday, where over 100,000 is going absolutely berserk. And Mookie Taft's going to have to let guys know on the back end where they need to be in order to stop Jeremiah Smith. So, yeah.
Yeah, someone asked him about the crowd noise, and he said, on defense, we don't really have to deal with the crowd noise because they're trying to be quiet for their offense. Now, our offense has to deal with the crowd noise. And that's a fact.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Yeah. No Emmett Mosley, the fifth, probably. Like, I'm not expecting him to play before we heard from Steve Sarkisian today. So now your wide receiver room is a little thin. And you're really going to have to rely on Parker Livingstone, DeAndre Moore, Ryan Wingo, throw Jack Injuries into the mix, and whoever else tied in you're going to see out there. That's something also that I'm very curious about. Like, what other tight end are we going to see paired with Jack injuries whenever they go to maybe a 12 personnel and have 2 tight ends on the field, whether it's Jordan Washington, Spencer Shannon, hell, you heard good things about Amari Winston. We're probably going to be out of Spencer Shannon and Jordan Washington, those guys with a little bit of experience to go along with injuries. But what fourth wide receiver, if you need that fourth wide receiver, will be available that Sark trusts? Like you've heard a lot from David McCutcheon and how good he's been. Sark spoke highly of him. Archer spoke highly of him. Khalil Lockett has had a really good training camp these last few weeks and is starting to come along a little bit, which sounds like this coaching staff is starting to trust the freshmen a little bit more there. So if it happens to where you need that fourth wide receiver, I'm very interested to see who that's going to be, Chip, because I was banking on Emmett Mosley to be around. I was banking on that fourth receiver to be in between Mosley or Parker Livingstone. Now that Livingstone has basically solidified that spot, now these freshmen are going to have to step up, because knock on wood, you just never know what's going to happen in the game. We saw Isaiah Bond go down last year, which I thought took a really big hit for Texas without people really noticing. Like the real football guys and stuff, they noticed, but the offense took a hit when Isaiah Bond got hurt last year, to where Ryan Wingo had to grow up fast, and he had his ups and downs there. We were talking about the Silas Bolden thing. Don't get me started on that. Why didn't he play more? Still don't know, but whatever. That's the past. So fast forward now, and you're already in a very slim wide receiver room, but is it that slim? Can one of these freshman young bucks step up if they're called upon in this very hectic environment for their first freaking game and perform?
Jeremiah Smith as a freshman.
Facts, yeah.
76 catches, 1,315 yards, 15 touchdowns.
It can happen.
Yeah.
No, you're right. It can happen. And Ryan Wingo, even though he hit a freshman slump last year, he had some really good moments early. Like that reverse in the Michigan game.
Yeah.
That was a huge play.
That was almost all their running yards right there.
Yeah.
55-yard run. They finished with 83 yards.
Yeah. And if Will freaking Johnson wasn't all-world corner, all-world football player, then that would have been a touchdown. So,
yeah,
I know Jay Longhorn talking about Aaron Butler. I haven't heard anything about Aaron Butler this whole camp.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with that.
He would be a great little secret weapon, like in a Keelan Robinson, like reverse kind of way, if they trust him to do everything right, because he is one of the fastest guys on the team. But you got Ryan Niblett, who they love and trust, and Niblett is also one of the fastest guys on the team. So I think you'll see Ryan Niblett before you'll see Aaron Butler.
Which I'm fine with. I think Ryan Niblett, this could be that one breakout X Factor year for him too. I like to see him returning punts, because now that room is a lot thinner because of the Emmett Mosley injury situation, I'd rather not have DeAndre Moore back there returning punts.
Right.
I think DeAndre Moore,
you'll see Ryan Niblett back there.
Okay, I'll take that. Because that's just a lot of wear and tear on DeAndre Moore, a guy that's not the biggest guy, who's also dealt with injuries himself last season that hopefully doesn't come up this year. But yeah, that wide receiver room, it looks a little different now with Emmett Mosley not being available, which means guys just have to step up.
Emmett Mosley, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. I can't wait to see that dude on the field, because he is a dog. Like, everyone's going to love Emmett Mosley, 1, 2, 3, 4. His mom won the Heisman for soccer, for crying out loud.
That's impressive.
Yeah. So
where'd you go? College? Yeah. Where'd you go?
Notre Dame.
Oh, okay.
So did his dad. who's a great athlete too. So, yeah. Yeah, Emmett Mosley, we're ready to see you come back from that injury.
Stupid, man. Mateer Venmo'd like a champion this past weekend. Yeah. You think he was making plays, Sooner Cowboys? How much he have on that Kansas State, Iowa State game? Yo, that's a funny story. John Mateer, he's a funny guy. Like, I saw a clip of him. I guess they had their little orientation thing. Him and Aaliyah Chavez, which, Aaliyah Chavez, you know how I feel about that situation. But they were getting the crowd hype at Sooner Stadium. Yeah, Boomer, Sooner, doing all that crap, getting ready for the season and stuff. Bryce Underwood named starter for Michigan. So next week, Norman is going down.
September 6th.
September 6th. Already hearing rumblings that game day going to be there. That's a big time game. So I don't know who Michigan and Oklahoma play this weekend. They should take care of business. One of those, I pay my opponent millions of dollars to beat the brakes off them games. But yeah, college football, man. So glad it's back. Feels good.
Yeah. Yeah, that Iowa State Kansas State game was terrible. It was hard to watch.
It was a tough watch, but it was still fun though, man.
Yeah, for sure.
It was still fun. Those kids, they were tired. You could tell that football shape. Week 1. That's why Steve Sarkisian mentioned possibly playing 30 guys early on in the first half. Like, you could tell guys are not in football shape yet. And you could get exposed like that. Like, if you're a coach, you got to make the right substitutions, the right moves at the right time to give your team that advantage. And Matt Campbell definitely did that, opposed to Chris Kleiman. So the coaching battle in this game, Ryan Day, Steve Sarkisian, how that's going to look. You think that Texas has the advantage. I get Ryan Day being a national championship coach, but Jim Knowles, he's at Penn State now. That's a big deal. I like Matt Patricia as a coordinator, maybe not as a head coach, but Matt Patricia's never been in this type of situation before. Like, NFL, college is different. So to be at a program like Ohio State and just trying to give that same energy that Jim Knowles gave off, but in your own style, your own philosophy, how's that going to be? Because Sark, he still got all his defensive coordinators. Brian Hartline, what's he going to do? What's he going to bring? You know what I'm saying? Like, is he going to be on the field or is he going to be in the booth? How's that going to look with what Ohio State's trying to do, opposed to what we saw last year with Chip Kelly?
Well, Steve Sarkisian referenced Matt Patricia saying Ryan Day brought in a head coach. If he's referring to his head coaching tenure of the Detroit Lions, that was no head coach. That was someone trying to sink the franchise.
Oh man, what's wrong with you?
Like,
you're biased though. As a
he was the version of coaching point shaving.
Oh my god!
Like Green Bay and Chicago ponied up to make sure that Matt Patricia was the head coach of the Lions, so that it would be 2 wasted years. Like, I can't talk common sense about Matt Patricia. This is one of I can't get any other image out of my head of Matt Patricia, but as the head coach of the Lions looking lost on the sidelines. I get that he's been a defensive coordinator for Bill Belichick, but don't ever forget, Bill Belichick runs the defense for the Patriots. Like, talk about someone holding your hand. I mean, I don't know. Matt Patricia could be the best defensive coordinator this side of Buddy Ryan. I don't know.
Yeah, you being real disrespectful.
What?
You being real disrespectful. Hold your hand. You act like him and Bill tight. You act like he wasn't in those meetings. You act like Bill didn't let him talk or nothing.
No, he was the defensive coordinator of the New England Patriots, but Bill Belichick was always the defensive coordinator. It's like Andy Reid. It's like everyone was like, Eric Bieniemy needs a job. He needs a head coaching job. Look at the great job he's done with the Chiefs. Andy Reid's calling those plays. Eric Bieniemy went to UCLA. That poor guy's fighting for his life now.
That was a bad move by Eric. That's not the place you go to prove that.
No one's talking about Eric Bieniemy as a head coach in the NFL now.
They screwed him. He screwed himself. He don't go to UCLA, fam. Why'd you go there? That was so dumb. UCLA in the Big Ten too? God, that was dumb. Gosh, that was dumb. No, you just stick around, Eric Bieniemy. You go somewhere else in the NFL, somebody that doesn't have the skins on their wall like Andy Reid, but also has promise. Also a place that has a good quarterback, because that's where it all starts in football. A place where it has a good quarterback where you could prove that you're worthy. You could prove that it wasn't just Andy Reid and the magician himself, Patrick Mahomes, winning all these games and putting up all these points. Like Eric Bieniemy, you had a say too. Just UCLA, that wasn't a place to prove it, big dog. So if you're Matt Patricia, which you're right, Chip, Matt Patricia, you could say that it wasn't as smooth for him being the head coach because he didn't get those opportunities under Bill Belichick to really run some stuff, because it all is going to fall down on Bill.
Oh, yeah. No, we're about to find out what Matt Patricia's all about, because Ryan Day's expecting him to be what Chip Kelly was for his offense. Chip Kelly, former head coach, came in, ran the Ohio State offense, won a national championship.
Just like
Ryan Day's like, I'm going to go get me a former head coach to run the defense. Screw Jim Knowles. I got this dude who's won Super Bowls. We're good. Okay. We're about to find out.
I don't think it was screw Jim Knowles. Jim was tripping.
Jim just wanted a pay raise.
Tripping. He didn't need all that. Come on, Jim.
He wants some respect on his name and some money in his wallet.
Exactly. Now he's getting out at state college with a coach that never win.
What if Jim Knowles is the difference? What if Jim Knowles is the difference?
Oh, he might be. I'm talking crazy about Jim right now just because it's fun and I like trolling a little bit. I think Jim is a huge part of what Ohio State had success-wise these last few years.
Yeah. Their defense was number one in the country. Like, I think Texas will be what Ohio State's defense was a year ago. 12.9 points per game.
Yeah.
Top 3 run defense, top 3 pass defense. That's what Ohio State was last year. It was impressive. And nobody was getting over on them. But the other thing you have to consider is they're in the Big Ten. Like, I had a source tell me Ohio State's been legit, but going up against SEC competition is different. Now, Ohio State's built different. And I'm just saying, I know Texas has been looking at that Michigan film. I know, different quarterback, different this and that, but
I mean, they beat the crap out of Tennessee and got Texas last year, so they do all right in the SEC.
Well, they did all right.
Yeah,
they did all right. They got the natty. They got the lipstick trophy.
And you know what, Chip? I can't trust a skinny Matt Patricia either. You seen him lately?
Yeah, I don't. It's like he's trying to recreate himself, literally.
Yeah, he on that Serena Williams. He on that Zempic. I could tell that ain't organic. That's not I'm going to the gym every day body. That's not I'm eating fruits and berries and butternut squash every day body. That's I got the syringe right by my side at all times type of body. Okay.
He's not taking the human super beats. Human.
Shout out to human, man.
Yeah. So
are they passing that out today? Or you been taking them?
I'm going to give a shout out right now to my man Jeff Brucker with Human, because he is a big fan. And he was like, I know you play tennis and you need some of these super beats. I said, let's go. So Human, if you're just tuning in, Human with 2 N's is going to have their name on the field at DKR, in part because research done at the University of Texas led to the creation of Human and better health products that Texas athletes, this is kind of like Gatorade back before Gatorade, but Texas athletes have been taking the super beats from Human for a while, and apparently they've done a nice job of making it more tasty. So, yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. That. I like the nasty stuff because the nasty stuff makes me think that it's working. But now it's in 2025, there's enough signs to where you can make a lot of these products pretty tasty too. And I'm sure Human's done a hell of a job with that and their team. And all the people, all the Texas fans, like the OGs out there saying that the Human logo being on the field is an issue. What are y'all talking about? Like, it's not, y'all aren't going to notice it. Y'all really aren't. Like, it's just not that we're in the ad era. Like, I remember how salty I was when they started putting the ads on NBA jerseys. Now, I don't even notice. Like, I noticed for a split second, and then, like, that's it. Like, I'm just on the game.
Del Conte said the only reason Human is going, their logo's going on the field, it's not for the money. He said, we didn't need this deal for the money for athletics. We're excited about this deal because the research done at Texas has created this health product that can, transform lives. So it's a good quote.
Yeah.
He's like, we didn't push for this. We weren't out trying to get a big money deal to help NIL. He's like, we don't need that, but what starts here changes the world. And the research that led to Human happened here. And so there you go. There's the story behind that. This is not, according to Chris Del Conte, who I think is best athletic director in the country. And I know people who've listened to me forever still can't believe that I say stuff like this about an athletic director at this university, but it's true. So I believe what Del Conte is saying, and they're not going to put any logos on jerseys. They're not doing that.
No.
It'll just be the Nike swoosh.
Y'all will be fine. Like y'all saying that, it's changing things. Y'all will be fine. Y'all will be okay.
We gotta get to the commentary. I didn't even realize what time it is. All right, let's get a couple mentions in here. Cover 3 all night happy hour tonight, right there. Cover 3 Anderson, cover 3 Round Rock. All night happy hour, 3:30 to close. So go enjoy the $7 social hour menu with the firecracker shrimp. But this is your headquarters now. You got the U.S. Open going. You got baseball. You got all kinds of college football coming up this weekend. Make your plans now. Make your reservations now. If you don't have a fun place to watch Texas, good heavens, Cover 3 Anderson, cover 3 Round Rock. Make your reservations early. Yeah. And the Sleep Cycle Center, my guys who are snoring, hey, take advantage of this incredible opportunity right now. Dr. Chad Denman, who's dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. He's set up in Austin, in Lakeway and the Arboretum, and he's got the best technology to detect sleep apnea and the best, treatment options, including oral appliances like I have. Mouth guard holds my lower jaw open so I get that oxygen when I'm sleeping. You go to sleepcyclecenters.com, tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study because Dr. Chad wants you to get checked out. Do it. Get your heart checked out. Get that colonoscopy. Get that physical. We don't need any surprises. And sleep apnea is another one of those. Take advantage of it. And our man, Tom McKay, AV Consultations. I mean, football season's here, kids. So let Tom and his crew bring you the best price on big screens and surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. When you're ready, he's ready. 255-8678. avconsultations.com. All right, Zay. I think my favorite quote of the day, this is the chip shot, by the way. My favorite quote of the day came from Arch Manning, saying that Texas plans to flip the narrative. The target's not on our back. We have a red dot on everyone else. That is the John Wick mentality. Arch Manning has carried that over, and I'm ready to see Arch the killer. You know, we saw it in that UTSA game. We saw it to a degree in the Mississippi State game, 21 of 36, 300 plus yards passing, 2 touchdowns. Against UTSA, he had 4 touchdown passes. Most of them were 19 yards or longer. He had a 75-yarder in there. Look, Ohio State's defense ain't going to be giving up that booty. So he's got to be super smart. He's got to know what he's seeing. And let's see. I mean, look, he loves the deep ball. Arch loves the deep ball. And he could get seduced. Caleb Downs could look like, oh, there it is. It's wide open, Arch. Go take it. And then he goes racing down there, make up speed, picking him off. This is going to be a great test of Arch's maturity, discipline. Can he shake Caleb Downs? Can he look him off? Let's see who wins that battle Saturday, because Arch is in his 3rd year in this offense. He's been coached by AJ Milwee, Steve Sarkisian. He's doesn't have the starts and all the game experience, but he knows what to look for. He knows. He should know. Now, last year, I did think he locked on to receivers a little bit. You know, that especially that deep route. He was kind of peeking. Is it there? Is it going to be there? Is it going to be there? Okay, let me know. You know, and I'm eager to see that because his teammates say he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's manipulating guys. Okay. This is a good game to show that off because Caleb Downs is a one-man wrecking machine. That dude is the real. He's Earl Thomas. This is the closest thing I've seen to Earl Thomas. Earl Thomas has the school record, 9 interceptions in one season.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
All right.
And, you would think Caleb Downs, too, like he got some revenge last year because people forget he came from Alabama.
Right.
And when Texas went up to Tuscaloosa, he was in a lot of that action when Adonai Mitchell and Xavier Worthy were going crazy. They were attacking Caleb Downs and your boy, Terrion Arnold. So Caleb Downs, I'm sure he remembers that. And he got his payback last year. Had that huge pick to ice the game on Quinn Ewers to seal up that Cotton Bowl on the way to a national championship. So, yeah, you got to respect number 2, man. He's their leader. You know, he's a team captain for a reason. Him and Sonny Styles, one of the 2 guys that is coming back on that defense that has a lot of experience that Matt Patricia and Ryan Day are going to have to rely on in a game like this. So, yeah, Arch, you got to be smart and you got to know where number 2's at because they give him a lot of freedom. Those are the scariest guys. Like when your football IQ is so good, as Chip shows up a picture of Sonny Styles knocking out Gunnar Helm on that freaking hospital ball that Quinn Ewers threw. Put some zip in it, Quinn. That ball needs to get there faster. What the hell's Gunnar Helm supposed to do with that? Like,
don't kill your teammates.
That was a hard hit, boy. Sonny Styles, he could play, man. He's projected first-round pick, too. That guy, he's probably thinking, oh, Anthony Hill's getting a lot of love. Preseason Buckets Award winner, why not me? Like Sonny Styles could play. So yeah, you gotta respect those guys, man. Those guys, they getting scholarships too. They got NIL money too. Put some respect on their name.
Earl Thomas, 8 interceptions, my bad. 8 interceptions in one season, 2009.
Yeah. Got a red shirt.
Thatcher has the school record for career interceptions with 17.
Yeah, Mac. Earl wasn't good enough, Mac. Red shirt him, Mac. Earl wasn't good enough.
Texas got 2 seasons. Earl Thomas was at Texas for 3 years. Texas got 2 seasons.
Look, what if the red shirt year was everything that it should have been to make Earl step up?
Don't play devil's advocate with me.
I gotta play it a little bit. Mac's a genius. Mac's out here, he's seeing the long game. He says, okay, this kid has it, but us sitting them out a year, that's gonna put a hunger.
That was back when Mac could sweet talk every kid into staying for 4 years.
Yeah.
And then Jamal Charles and Jermichael Finley broke that chain in 2007. And Earl was redshirting that year.
Let the brother get paid. He wanted to get paid. He got paid.
Oh, he got paid.
Can't be mad at that, even though his wife tried to take him for everything he owned.
Oh, God. Let's not get into Earl and his wife. We'll be here.
Let's not get into Earl and his wife.
Midnight.
Let's get to the right call, man.
Get to the right call.
Before that, though, got to give a shout out to Covert BK, family-owned automotive dealership that been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years and been doing it well. Wifey and I are Covert BK people, and y'all can be too. If you don't want to take my word for how great Covert BK is, then listen to these fine folks at Covert BK.
It's that time of year again. Football season is here and we're ready to cheer on our favorite team.
That's right, Hayden. We're wishing the Horns a fantastic season. Go Longhorns.
At Covert BK, we know how important this season is to our community. That's why we're offering unbeatable deals on all our vehicles.
So whether you're tailgating at the game or cruising through the hill country, do it in style with a vehicle from Covert BK. Go Horns.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. Got about 7 minutes left till we wrap up a special edition of Chip and Zay. Appreciate Matt and Patrick for holding it down for us from 2 to 4. We got it rocking and rolling from 4 to 6. I don't know if this will be the norm for Monday. It might be. Y'all stay tuned. This might be for football season. We might have to do a 4 to 6 show.
Here and there. I think, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. But y'all stay tuned. Appreciate y'all today. All right, Chip. This is when I go TMZ. You're going to be proud of this one. Because this one, I did not see it coming. I didn't even know it was a thing until this weekend. I'm scrolling the gram, just, how I normally do, scrolling the gram, see what's out there, see what's hot in the social media streets. A relationship that I'm all for, but didn't know anything about, Texas related. Rory Harmon and Shaylee Gonzalez just dropped a hard launch this past weekend. They are dating. They were in Cancun or Mexico this past week before Rory starts school. Shaylee, she plays basketball professionally in Mexico, but former teammates.
That's a good-looking couple right there.
Good-looking couple. Shout out to Shaylee Gonzalez and Rory Harmon. Ain't that a pretty thing? Ain't that beautiful?
We love around here.
Love around here. I was like, yo, is this for real? And then both of them posted different pictures on their Instagram. And yeah, man, I'm just at all. Beautiful couple. They look happy, holding hands. Like,
hey now.
Like, hey, this is when you go on vacation in Mexico, that's how you know it's going down. Holding hands. Shaylee got the selfie going on. Rory stunned with the glasses, the shades. You know what I'm saying? Just
where were they in Mexico?
Huh?
Where were they in Mexico?
I think Cancun. I think. Right. I'm all about my Mexican all-inclusive resorts. Like,
right.
That's me and wifey's go-to. Like, I'm all about my all-inclusive. Cabo, Cancun, Cozumel, it don't matter. You got an all-inclusive resort where I ain't got to really worry about nothing. Just kick back, relax, and get my tan on. We all good there. But, yeah, man, Shaylee Gonzalez, Rory Harmon. Did not see it coming, but I love it. I love it. You know what I'm saying? Now, if they happen to get married someday, wouldn't you like to see Vic Schaefer as the officiant? Wouldn't that be dope? You know what I'm saying? Like that would only be right. Like, I think Vic Schaefer would be an amazing officiant. Like, because who doesn't know those two better than Vic Schaefer and the coaching staff? And it's interesting too, Chip, because Shaylee Gonzalez last year at Texas was the year Rory Harmon was rehabbing the injury, was rehabbing the ACL injury. So they played together the year before, but Shaylee's last year, they weren't together because Rory was hurt. So Rory was a coach, and I'm sure their relationship, friendship only blossomed from there. Behind the scenes when it was Coach Rory and Shaylee was on the court. But yeah.
Guess who likes to collect shoes?
Who is that? Is that Shaylee? Who is that?
Shaylee. Look at that shoe collection.
No, I think Rory Harmon's shoe collection's crazy too. Like, I'm sure they click on that because I think Rory Harmon's shoe game is crazy. So
look at you, Zay.
You know what I'm saying? I thought you'd like that.
That's some good TMZing.
Wait, Garrett was there. Garrett was at the Final Four. Garrett was there. I don't know. Come on, Roy. We're not going to put that on Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, Zay was all over that.
Yeah.
Zay was like taking attendance.
Yeah. Oh, and shout out to my girl Shay Holly. Life's good. Garrett just got that $32 million, that 4-year, $32 million each season. Yeah. My girl, Shay Holly, she's doing well. But also, we got 2 minutes left. We got to show the Avery Johnson's ignorant ass daddy and brother fighting up in Ireland. I can't believe this, man. Check it out.
One more.
Okay, so the dad was in the purple.
Yeah.
And the brother was in the light blue.
Yeah.
So who won the fight?
I don't really think anyone won the fight. It was just a lot of wrestling and a holding.
I mean, there's got to be stories out there.
Well, fighting your daddy is crazy.
That's
your father. Like, come on, man.
So these were childhood friends of mine, okay? Their dad played football and was a captain at Michigan. Tough guy, always was playing pickup basketball with us. And, you know, he's a dad. But he and his 3 sons would mix it up in those basketball games. I was like, damn, this is uncomfortable.
That's parenting.
You know?
That's good parenting to me. That's good. Sometimes you got to whoop your son's ass every now and then. Sometimes you got to whoop your dad's ass every now and then. Like, it's one of those things. That's family. Some families are built on that, you know?
Okay, so here's a joint statement from Avery Johnson's father and brother. We sincerely apologize for our actions following yesterday's football game in Ireland. Senseless bickering escalated into an unnecessary fight, Mark and Anthony Johnson wrote in a joint statement. We have resolved our differences and take full responsibility for our actions. We have apologized to our immediate and extended family and now extend our apologies to Kansas State University, its alumni and fans. We regret this incident, learned from it. We've learned from it and are committed to ensuring it doesn't happen again. Please accept our deepest apologies, Zay.
See, all right, we got to go because the show's supposed to be over now, but this is my last take before we leave. And we'll see y'all tomorrow at 2. Avery's brother was probably on his daddy needs to transfer stuff. I told you we could have got this coin. We could have got this Skrilla somewhere else.
Yeah, I love it. I love it when Zay just create. Hey, I'm telling you, this is what happened, okay?
I've seen it too many times. The brother's like, I can't stand Chris Kleiman. I can't stand his ass. Through Kansas State. I don't care if this is the hometown school or not. We could have got this paper somewhere else.
This is Zay's version of what went down with the Avery Johnson dad. By the way, if you type in Avery Johnson, the first thing that comes up is dad fight.
That's how it's supposed to be.
So
yeah,
that's how viral.
Dad was like, I ain't trying to hear you, son. You can't live in Avery's shoes. Your career is over.
Hey.
And then here we go. That's how it started.
That's Zay's version.
That is my version.
The Zay version. The TMZ version. All right. Hey, see you tomorrow, everybody, at 2.
Y'all be cool, man.